Timmy's time with Ultima 6 had tired him up a little bit, with all the reading and translating involved. But he still had plenty of energy, and he wasn't quite hungry yet to eat some lunch. So he grabbed the latest EGM from the pile, and went back to his bedroom to read it. Once again, let's zoom in on Timmy's perspective, and follow his thoughts.
Alright, what was the last number that came in? Oh, alright, number 47. Ooh, Mortal Kombat. Ooh, that looks cool. Okay, let's see. Ooh, Batman Returns. Oh, that looks fun. We should put it on our rental list. Yeah, I bet we can have a fun weekend with this. Capcom. Smart. Very smart. When you hear the name Capcom, the first thing that probably comes to mind is Street Fighter 2. Face it, Street Fighter 2 is the Pac-Man of the 90s, and Capcom is making the most of it. Anytime a game sells in the millions, we're dealing with serious coins. And that is not even counting the jillions of dollars coming in from the licensing rights and royalties from letting others use the characters. Buy a pair of Street Fighter 2 underwear and a few cents goes to Capcom. There's nothing wrong or secret about this. That's big business in the big city. If it isn't Street Fighter 2, it's TMNT, or Bart Simpson, or hundreds of other popular characters. In fact, we have to compliment Capcom on the excellent job they are doing in keeping the Street Fighter 2 theme alive and thriving. You can still find good and bad, however, in every deal. The story starts with Capcom becoming a licensee of Sega. As a result of Street Fighter 2's influence on the 16-bit Nintendo sales, it's understandable that Capcom of Japan and the Big N are close. That game alone pushed the Super NES ahead of the Genesis in terms of total system sales last summer. Now, Street Fighter 2 CE, which is the version that all serious Street Fighter 2 players have been waiting for, is coming out on Genesis. It couldn't have been a pretty sight in the boardroom when Nintendo heard this. This version could start a rash for new Genesis system sales and give Sega the lead again. From a business standpoint, Capcom is again maximizing its exposure. Bringing SF2CE out on the Super NES would hardly have made as big an impact as if it had appeared on a whole new system. Back on the Japanese home front, however, Nintendo certainly isn't happy. So Capcom of Japan tells Nintendo they will be bringing the Turbo Street Fighter 2 CE to Nintendo's 16-bit system, and quickly issues a very untimely, for Sega, press release and screenshots of the new game. Nintendo sees big dollar signs, and Capcom of Japan is back on good terms with the Mario Man. Is everybody happy? Not quite. There just happens to be the minor detail about the deal between Capcom and Sega that eventually slipped Capcom's mind. Instead of walking to the bank while millions of gamers worldwide head for Sega, and then switch gears again to seek out a Nintendo for the latest SF2 update, Capcom has shot a flare high into the sky telling gamers around the world to wait for the better version later in the year. Who wins? Definitely Capcom, as they can sell millions of Street Fighter 2 CE on Genesis and millions more of Turbo Street Fighter 2 CE on Nintendo. Even Nintendo wins, as they have the #1 Street Fighter 2 game that will help sell systems during the holidays. As for Sega, they at least have a new licensee. Backdoor shady deals happening. Oh, games for Game Gear. Gross alien. Let's see. Sega on sale. Oh. I bet Jason would like to hear about this. I should lend this to him when I see him. Oh, Letter CD editor. What's exclusive? I was at our local newsstand paging through a competitor's mag. I saw that they were running pictures of Street Fighter 2 CE, which really interested me, but since they called it an exclusive to their magazine, I bought it, thinking that nobody else would have anything on the game. A few days later, I saw your magazine, which had 8 pages, 2 reviews, and tons of pictures of the Genesis Street Fighter 2 CE. My question is, how can somebody go and say they have an exclusive even though other magazines are running the same info? Editor, I guess the person just can't believe everything that is printed. Hopefully you didn't get suckered into... Editor? Editor, yes. Hopefully you didn't get suckered into the other so-called exclusive on Alien vs. Predator that was running in yet another mag. It all sounds so complicated. Who can you trust? Perhaps it is the definition of exclusive. I would think that an exclusive picture is something that no one else has. But then again, most magazines take their own pictures, so everything in the magazine is exclusive. Go figure. Our exclusive coverage was just that, a special meeting with Capcom and a hands-on review and photo session. It all boils down to desperate people do desperate things to sell magazines. Remember this, if it's hot, you can be guaranteed that it will be an EGM. International coverage. In the past, you've asked for comments about your otherwise great magazine. This concerns the international outlook section. I would like for you to show not only the name of the company doing the game in Japan, but also the name of the company that will bring the game to the US. I find it a waste to pay $100 for a Japanese game, like New Gear, when most often the game comes to the States 2 months later for only $50. It would be great if you guys could do this handy change. Brett Magwa in Detroit, Michigan. Editor. Thanks for the interesting suggestion, Brett. There's a problem, though. When we list a new Japanese game in our international outlook section, the game is normally so new that licensing agreements between the US and Japanese companies haven't even begun. We are aware of your pricey dilemma, and as soon as we know when the game will come to the United States, you will see it, along with its new name and US company, in our next wave section. You bring up a good example. Unlike another zine, which will only tell you the Japanese game release dates, they would rather have you buy the big bucks gray market cartridge from their affiliated store. In this issue, we give you its new US name and company. They're really bashing on other magazines, huh? I mean, I guess it's business, but that's kind of lame. Fatal Fury coming to the Super NES. Recently I purchased Flashback for the Sega Genesis. I own a Mega Drive, and until now I have no problems running Genesis games on my Japanese system. But as soon as I turn on the machine with Flashback on it, I get an error message about the card being American, and to contact my local dealer about a Japanese version. Are all new Sega games the same way? If so, does it make us Mega Drive owners obsolete? Why was it that Flashback gave me this error message? Sorry, Jason, but US Gold decided to use the encoding process developed by Sega to lock out games not designed for a particular market. The decision is totally at the discretion of the licensee. At present, US Gold does not announce whether they will release or sub-license Flashback for the Japanese market. In other words, Flashback will not work with any system except for a US Genesis. Where's the Sega CD2? I was reading your sister publication, Megaplay, where you mentioned the Sega CD2. What is the system about and how much will it cost? Is it cheaper than the current Sega CD? For an in-depth look at this new system from Sega, check out EGM Express on page 56. For months now, I've been hearing about a video game modem that allows gamers to play games over phone lines. It was supposed to be compatible with the Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, and the old Nintendo 8-bit. The ad for the modem say that it would come out this spring, but I haven't heard any news of its arrival. What's the deal? The Teleplay system is still alive and well. This new system should be hitting the shelves very soon with many games to follow. It will be interesting to see how the public reacts to this device. Where are the effects? I bought the Sega CD in November because all the hype about the scaling and rotation features was the near zero access time. I love the system, but where are the scaling and rotation features besides the demo screen when I start up? Eric Silka, Port Jefferson, New York. Editor. When any new system hits the market, it takes time for the programmers to learn all the new functions of the unit, like the Sega CD. New games like Batman Returns and Joe Montana and NFL Football contain lots of scaling and rotation effects. Just hang tight, Eric, there's more on the way. Neo Geo and No-Go. I recently broke my bank and bought Fatal Fury 2 for my Neo Geo. It sounded awesome, but I quickly discovered the cart seemed to be defective. The sound would stop or stutter severely through playing. I called my favorite mail-order house and explained the situation. They didn't seem the least bit surprised and said the flaw isn't in the cart but the hardware. They sent me another cart at my expense just in case, and it was the cartridge. Same problem. I called up SNK and they said it would cost $60 to $100 and take up 2 weeks to fix my system to work with Fatal Fury 2. Terrell Elgosa, Syracuse, New York. Editor. This was a really interesting comment, so we contacted Chad Okada at SNK, and we discovered that the problem you and some other gamers are facing is in fact a defect with the hardware chips. As Chad explains, about a year ago, SNK of Japan drastically cut the price of the Neo Geo to stimulate sales. But when the price dropped, cheaper chips were installed that allowed the Japanese Neo Geo to play American games. So if you purchased your Neo Geo through mail order around a year ago, you may have one of these systems. The system is authorized by SNK USA, so if you experience problems playing Super Sidekicks or Fatal Fury 2, you can return the Neo Geo to SNK and they will repair it for $10 plus shipping and handling. If you bought the Neo Geo from an American store, you'll be okay. Star Fox without a genie. I just bought Star Fox and it's an awesome card. I also have a Super NES Game Genie, but when I hook the two together, all I get is sound. I noticed that Star Fox has 2 extra pins on the board that no other cartridges have. The Game Genie seems designed for this with 2 extra receivers on their side, but for some stupid reason my Game Genie doesn't have the metal pins needed to connect Star Fox to the Super NES. Are they gonna sell these pins as extra accessories or what? Brian Boyd, Anchorage, Alaska. I bought a Super NES Game Genie after I saw all the Street Fighter 2 codes printed. But after I bought Star Fox, I wanted to see if I could come up with any cool codes for it. But when I hooked it up, all I got was music from my TV. I noticed that Star Fox has 2 chip extensions that the Game Genie can't support. Will Galoob sell a Game Genie for use with games like Star Fox, or will I have to live without cool codes? Jerry Sandler, Chesterfield, Missouri. Editor. After a brief call to Galoob, we have learned that they are aware of the problems experienced with Star Fox and the Game Genie. There are no current plans to release the extra pins needed to complete the connection to the Super NES. In addition, Galoob is reluctant to release a new Super FX chip-compatible Game Genie because Nintendo may end up changing the pin configuration of the FX chip. Oh, so I guess you're just screwed, huh? Man. More comic titles. I'm a big-time comic book fan, and I'm glad to see that many companies are starting to make video games based on these characters. Sega made a cool version of the X-Men, but what about my other favorite, RoboCop vs. Terminator? This could be a great game because the story was so cool and the action was blistering. How about it, EGM? Any word on this game or any others? Ken Davidson, Jacksonville, Florida. Editor. You're in luck, Ken. Virgin has announced that they will release RoboCop vs. Terminator on the Super NES. It's a side-scrolling action game starring RoboCop and the Terminator and will feature some really cool special effects. Last minute update. Here are some pics of Intel Media Sports 3DO titles to be called IntelliPlay Football and Baseball. It features famous coaches and offers tips on how to play football and baseball like a champ. That sounds lame. So is it not a game? Ooh, Dracula for the Sega CD. Coming soon for SNES. Okay, we can hold on, I guess. Neo CD put on hold. I really love what you've done with your magazine. You've expanded your coverage to my favorite system, the Neo Geo. April's Next Wave section had me riled up about all the great games to come. Although the system does have a high price tag, the games are the ultimate. In the new soft news sections of the April issue, we talked about SNK developing a CD-ROM system. Joy! This is what I've been waiting to hear. With games costing around $50, I can't wait. Give us more info on this killer CD-ROM. Goodbye, Super NES and Sega CD. Chris Matthews, Baltimore, Maryland. Editor. Actually, Chris, you should say goodbye to the Neo Geo CD-ROM, at least for now. The concept system sounded great with its somewhat high price, but an extremely low price for arcade quality game. However, an SNK spokesperson in Japan stated, to put it shortly, the conditions changed. Other manufacturers such as Nintendo and Panasonic are coming out with their own CD-ROM machines, so we decided we would like to see these units first. We're still continuing the development of our CD-ROM player, so our postponement shouldn't be long. SF2 for CD-ROM? I remember reading an article in the April 1993 EGM Express that stated Fighting Street 2 would be released in a cartridge and CD combo. Since I don't own a CD player for my TurboGrafx 16, will I be able to just play the cartridge part of the game without any music, or is there the possibility of an option to hear some kind of cartridge music? Since I can't afford to purchase the CD player, please tell me what the story is. Brian Jenskin, Spokane, Washington. Editor. Well, Brian, check out our 4-page blowout on the PC Engine SF2 starting on page 124. Ooh, international preview to Best of the X Show, England. Steven Seagal, Tech Magic for Super NES. It seems that martial art powerhouse Steven Seagal is its very own action game. Okay, we got a soccer game. Strider 2 off for Genesis. Okay. Asterix? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Scrabble for Super NES. Oof. James Bond Duel for Game Gear. To stay up to date with all the latest news, the EGM editors flew out to England to join Rick, our foreign correspondent, who was covering the X show. This definitely was the place to be if you wanted to see all the hot cards from Europe. There are plenty of good games, and of particular importance was James Bond 3. This radical sequel has a quest that is larger than that in Mario 4, and old James really cooks when he gets moving. He, in fact, when on board his rocket, is faster than Sonic. The game is coming from Millennium and is being dubbed for the Genesis, Super NES, Sega CD, and Super NES CD. Damn, there's a Super NES CD. Review crew. Steve Harris, the big boss man, got stuck in a New York blizzard and was forced to play GB Tetris for 4 days. Whoa, deja vu. Ed Semrad. Ed's back from Japan with a lot of new cards and the new Mega Drive 2 and Mega CD 2. Martin Alessi. The weather is finally warm enough and Martin's got his T-tops off and cruising around the city. Sushi X. Sushi X is in 7th heaven with Street Fighter 2C coming out for the Super NES, Genesis, and Duo. Okay. Star Fox. The Super FX chip makes a big hit with Star Fox, the new and impressive shooter from Nintendo. Captain Fox McCloud and his diverse creature crew must save the Milky Way from the clutches of the evil Emperor Androth. Assume the role of McCloud and lead your unique squad to victory. You must be a skilled pilot, for clumsy shooting won't cut it this time. The practice mode will enhance your knowledge of the ship's maneuver and controls, then venture out to complete 13 shooting flying levels. Keep watch of your fleet as they attract enemy fire. Star Fox Warriors, prepare to attack. Like most games from Nintendo, Star Fox boasts more than just a great imagery and brilliant sounds. It also has incredible depth of play that extends from the first mission to the final battles. The SFX chip is used quite effectively here, with a diverse array of action serving as an appetizer for games yet to come. 9 out of 10. Star Fox is very impressive with some great effects. The graphics, although plain, do some really cool tricks. The missions were challenging and the bosses were pretty wild. The best part is that Star Fox has done some of the best voices I've heard on the Super NES. As I said, the only drawback was the plain graphics. 8 out of 10. This is a great way to introduce the FX chip. Star Fox is visually as impressive as Polygon Sims on the PC. The graphics are smooth and there is almost no slowdown. The music and sounds are incredible and the voice at the end will blow you away. Best of all, the gameplay is phenomenal with near-perfect control and technique. 9 out of 10. The Star Fox is a first-generation example of the FX chip games. I can't wait for the sequel. This type of action has thus far been restricted to the arcade genre, but with a stunning success, Star Fox has brought that feel home. Top-notch gameplay, topped off with fairly smooth transitional graphics, really make Star Fox soar. Oh man, I mean, the graphics look really garbage, but maybe we should rent it this weekend if they have it. That would be cool. Let's maybe add it to the list. What was it? So we had... What was the other thing? Batman Returns. Okay. Let me add it to the list. Alright, so rental list. We have Star Fox for Super NES and Batman Returns for Super NES. Alright, got it. Save. Okay. Oh. Graphics look really good here. Super high impact. This is a football or soccer? End zone. I guess it's a football game. It's fine. It's not good. Tasmania. I feel like Kiwi tonight. Taz does. Tasmania, new release for Sunsoft, is taking the Super NES by storm. Tornado. Taz need food. Capture the right amount of kiwi birds and Taz take a nap, then advances to the next level. Whip Taz into a tornado spin if you're running out of time, but avoid any stationary objects. They'll kill you. Beware of the she-devil Taz. She is the kiss of death, really. I really liked this game when I first started playing, but its repetitive nature bogged down what is otherwise a cart filled with great execution, superior graphics, and a unique approach. Sure, racing games use the same approach from beginning to end, but the constant perspective used in Taz just seems to wear thin. 7 out of 10. Tasmania is a cute game with a radically different approach. The first-person scrolling is neat, but gets drawn out after a while. There isn't much innovation here, except from the hilarious animations that happen to poor Taz. The real distraction is the fact that the enemies that get you cause the game to end right there. 7 out of 10. Yeah, it's fine. Mario's missing. Edutainment. Ooh, gross. Put the Koopa Troopas in a stupa. Mario's missing from Mindscape is a real catch on the Super NES. Mario's been kidnapped by the Koopas and it's up to Luigi and the Yoshis to rescue him. The Koopas have stolen several items. You must return the lifted artifact and defeat the Koopas to recover Mario. Grab your passport because you'll be teleported all over the world in your search. Make some turtle soup. Well, let's see. That's 6, 8, 6, and 3. That's not great. Mario's missing, alright, and he can stay that way. Ho Hum is exactly what comes to mind when playing the slow-moving educational adventure game. It plays like a slow Mario game and needs more spice. The whimsical backgrounds weren't lively enough to keep my interest, but it should be fun for the kids. 3 out of 10. I truly enjoy the purpose behind this game, and I think the design team should be commended on creating a game that's sure to get plenty of younger players involved with the idea of problem solving. Still, this title did very little for me personally, and as much as this is not a bad game, I didn't get much enjoyment from it. 6 out of 10. Contrary to what everyone else says, let's see what market this game is aimed for. The younger audience will like the Mario characters and theme music, while their parents enjoy the geography their kids will learn. Oh. If you want all-out action on a Mario game, look elsewhere. Otherwise, Mario's Missing is a great idea. Ugh, gross. 8 out of 10. Yeah, we're gonna skip that one. This is stuff for Genesis. Blaster Master 2. For Genesis? Oh, lame. Sunsoft Blaster Master 2 is making tracks towards the Genesis. An evil mutant group has taken over the entire planet. You're in control of one of the most heinous forces to be reckoned with, a technologically advanced tank. The weapons include a 3-way shot, homing missiles, and lightning bolt beams. It will be total war when you face the enormous bosses. Armored assault once again. Oh, what a few years will do. I was always a big fan of the original Blaster Master, and this enhanced version takes the original concept over the top with better graphics, better sound, and better play. Blaster Master never really seemed to get the attention it deserved years ago, but there's a new chance to get that wrong. Great! 8 out of 10. Blaster Master 2 could have been much more. The graphics are decent, but the bosses are kinda cheesy. The music can be annoying, and the sound effects are weak. The gameplay is okay, and one thing that I like is that the levels in this game are huge. The power-ups just don't have the flair that the 8-bit game did. 6 out of 10. Yeah. Doesn't matter because we don't have an NES, we don't have a Genesis, so, yeah. RBI Baseball, okay. Batman Returns for Sega CD, yeah, sure. Oh, well, turns out it's not good anyway, huh? Oh, this is the edgy section. Exclusive report, blood and guts. Hi-ho, quarter friends. 'Tis I, the one and only insider with info here to reward the most loyal EGM readers with a very special mix of rumors and reports to keep you exclusively in the know. It's been a crazy month, kiddies, with years traveling to Japan to hook up with Teriyaki and Nub X, the masters of Japanese gaming, as well as speaking to an elite subcommittee of the dangers of turning onto games with gore. This month, the Q letter addresses both of these sizzling subjects, with the last going first and vice versa. The Q-Man has dug hard and deep to deliver the dirt on Mortal Kombat, a claims upcoming cartridge destined to draw big numbers when it sees store shelves later this year. There's only one tiny fly in the ointment, however, and the destiny of video games is now hanging in the balance. When Acclaim first announced that they will be boxing up Mortal Kombat for the home systems, the Q-Man and his Q friends rejoiced, for we knew that Acclaim was quite a capable publisher with a long history of producing some great games. The next thing you know, however, a hush of silence fell over the Q party as we realized that this game with no barriers would definitely have to be edited for TV. Not fair, cried SushiX, a longtime fan of fighting titles, who had grown particularly attached to the finishing move, death blows, and other techniques, which were mortal different than the other quarter munchers out to live off Street Fighter II's good name. But alas, it appears that Nintendo has already placed speed bumps on Mortal Kombat's drag strip to success. While the white shirts at the big end have done this is not a mystery. Nintendo prides itself on maintaining a squeaky clean image and having people actually bleed when a perfectly executed roundhouse hits the face of their on-screen characters is a totally alien concept. While Nintendo sticks to their guns, however, Sega is out for blood, and proud of it. This summer, unless their brilliant marketing minds fail to remind them, Nintendo will be going up against the Sega Arcade Teeth with a CD system. Yeah, I know there aren't any new games for it, but just chill out and listen. Street Fighter II Champion Edition, and a translation of Mortal Kombat that is rumored to be loaded with all of the elements that made the coin-op even slightly more interesting than Street Fighter II. If my name was Timmy, that's me! And I wanted a game system, this gaming guru knows which system would sell. If you're out to sell softs, maybe you should stop worrying about what a few red pixels are going to do and concentrate on the big picture and something you do so well, making good games. Enough said. By the way, Nintendo, this problem isn't likely to go away soon. Mortal Kombat 2 is doing arcades this fall. Yeah, but they said that the Turbo Edition was coming to the Super NES at early letters. Man, I'm starting to wonder if maybe this is not quite a good magazine. Maybe we should look at something else. But how does he... Oh, this Q-Man reviews Street Fighter II CE. Well, what do we have here? Street Fighter II Champion Edition on the Genesis? I can't believe it. Is it really true? Could I be dreaming, or has Capcom actually acknowledged what the Q-Man said oh so many months ago? That of the big C. Whoa, that's scary. Has agreed that yours truly was right all along about such a project. Let's get to the gameplay of this 16-meg monster. Basically, all of the standard SF2C characters and moves are here, within a game framework that does a jiffy job of recreating everyone's favorite sequel. The graphics are a bit thin in some areas, and the Sega matchline color limits constrict some of the visuals, but all in all, the Genesis translation gets the Q-Man's big thumbs up and a toasted ho-ho award until the Super Famicom trance appears. The Q-Man preview, Street Fighter II CE. Deja vu? No, not at all, my little quarter friends. This is the new and improved duo pumping out this 20-meg masterpiece, bearing the same name as well as striking resemblance to the game at the top of the stage. There is one important difference between the Genesis and Duo versions of the game, however, and while you're at it, go ahead and throw in a Super NES copy. The Duo version is much better. Sure, there may not be as many Duos on the market, but with solid softs like this beauty available on the Card CD Hybrid, you're going to have lines forming. The action is more refined, the graphics crisper and more colorful, and the interaction is absolutely top-notch. Get this game over on these shores right away, TTI. Well, that's a spooky image too. But Turbo Super CD system, yeah, okay, well. Oh, Kirby's Adventure, Nintendo. Eat your way to the next phase of the Kirby saga by Nintendo for the everlasting NES. This time Kirby is linking up with former foe King Dedede. Dedede? The two are on a mission to save the Dream Spring. The Star Rod, a tool the spring derives its energy from, has broken into pieces. Kirby and the King must put the rod back together to keep the spring. Can you join the duo to save their dreams? Absolutely drill on the technique found in Kirby. The combination of strategies needed while using the abilities of your enemies puts a new spin on the play. The action is top-notch from start to finish, and the characters and gameplay are all cut from Nintendo's strongest molds. A great 8-bit title that shouldn't be missed. 8 out of 10. Can Nintendo pick winners or what? Kirby's Adventure is an absolute blast to play. Kirby's ability to acquire techniques from eaten enemies is fantastic. Perfect play control and many levels are the icing on the cake. The colors, still very pastel, seem a little drab, but don't let that turn you away from a really fun game. 8 out of 10. Wow, what a surprise! This is one of the best games I've played in a long time, regardless of what system it's on. The graphics are cute and the animations are funny. Incredible gameplay with tons of power-ups keep you glued on the screen. A vast improvement over the Game Boy version. I can't wait for the Super NES. 9 out of 10. Did anyone call Weight Watchers? Kirby just keeps eating his way to the spotlight each time. Here, Kirby's techniques and power-ups are just what I ordered on the menu of fun. Each area is limited in size, but you must use your noggin as well as your dexterous digits to win. Excellent gameplay really rounds this title out. 8 out of 10. Ooh, Battletoads and Double Dragon? In a meeting of minds, Trade West has teamed up the Battletoads and Double Dragons for an all-out brawl on the NES. The Ultimate Team has joined to destroy the giant laser cannon that Dark Queen has launched into space. This combination gives you the street fighting skills of Double Dragon and the bizarre methods of the Battletoads. Take on all 8 levels in this action-packed game. Although I like the pairing of video game characters in their own game, this title, while displaying some good side-scrolling techniques, did have its share of problems. The graphics aren't exactly up to par even for the 8-bit, and the controls seem to be slightly haphazard. The combo play is nice, but not superior. 6 out of 10. The NES is getting some really hot titles. This is a great cooperative game filled with great moves and awesome combos. It's great to find out that there is always something to fight on the screen. Teaming up with another player to clubber the enemies or riot. What weren't NES games this good a few years back? 8 out of 10. Yet another great game for the NES. The gameplay is absolutely incredible. There are tons of new attacks and cool moves for 2 players. The action is non-stop, and the graphics are surprisingly good for an 8-bitter. Lots of parallax and neat effects too. A solid fighting game with loads of action and lots of fun. 8 out of 10. Battletoads and Double Dragon uses the best cooperative interface I've seen on an NES game. The ability to gang up on an enemy has been taken to new limits with this fast action masterpiece. The only problem is the enormously cheap kills in many areas, like being knocked into pits and unblockable attacks. 7 out of 10. Okay. I don't know if it's necessarily worth a rental yet. I'll have to tell me about it. This is for the Genesis. This is so hard to read. Who thought this was a good idea? Ooh, coming. Appearing in local stores now. What do we have? Cool World, Jurassic Park, Bubble Bobble 2, Battletoads and Double Dragon, Jimmy Connor Tennis, Aliens vs. Predator, Super James Bond, Final Fight 2, Goof Troop, Mighty Final Fight, Shadowrun, Alien 3, WWF Royal Rumble, Super Turrican, another Battletoads game for the Super NES too, damn. This looks like a nerd game for the Game Boy. These we don't have, so who cares? Oh yeah, there's 3 games, huh? Battletoads, Double Dragon, Battletoads, Battle Maniacs, and Battletoads in Ragnarok's world. What's in the top 10? Tecmo NBA Basketball, Dragon Warrior 4, Tecmo Super Bowl, Black Bass Fishing, Super Mario Bros. 2, you know. Star Fox. Man, we really should rank it this weekend. This information above is provided by Babbage's. Ooh. Top 10 best sci-fi shooters. Oh, but this is all... Is this all for Neo Geo? Or is this all for Super NES? Raiders top 10. Street Fighter 2, Super NES. Mortal Kombat for Super NES. How is it in the top 10 if it's not out yet? Confusing. Nintendo Star Fox number 1. Okay. The first CD-ROM game in a cartridge. Flashback, the quest for identity. Oh, available for Sega Genesis. Well, that's a bummer. Oh, there's also a comic book included? That's cool. Oh, more of that Quarterman stuff. That's fine. Turbo Street Fighter 2 CE coming to Nintendo. With the ink hardly dry on the press releases announcing Street Fighter 2 CE for the Genesis and Duo, Capcom of Japan has just confirmed the rumors that they will bring out a version of their newest arcade hit, Turbo Street Fighter 2 CE, for the Japanese Super Famicom later this year. Sources in Japan close to Capcom have informed EGM that this version of the game will either be 20 or 24 megabit, that it will be out in Japan by September. With such a high meg count, it's estimated the list price could be as high as 12,000 Ys? Something. $100. When questioned, officials at Capcom USA would only say that its parent company Capcom Co. Limited will release Street Fighter 2 Turbo for the Super Famicom in Japan later this year. The release of a Super Nintendo version in North America is under consideration but not yet planned. Oh, I mean, you know they gotta, right? Sources indicate that the quality and presentation are expanded to accommodate changes in last year's hit. We'll have all of the new characters moved from the coin-op built in, and you will be able to play as each of the bosses. Okay, that's cool. Play NES games on your Super NES. While an uncle attending the X, our Ace correspondent caught a glimpse of our top-secret new Super NES peripheral being made by Hornby of England. This revolutionary device, called the Super Deck, lets you play all of your old 8-bit NES games on your 16-bit Super Nintendo. While not too descriptive as to how it works, Hornby representative stated that the SD does not violate any of Nintendo's NES patents, as the games are played through software emulation and hardware trickery. Yeah, right. The good news is, it works! Hornby expects to have the Super Deck in the stores this fall at a list price of about £40, $60. For the US, EGM has learned that both Camerica and Innovation are interested in bringing this device to the States. Considering that new NESs go for about $70, sources say that Hornby will have to reduce the production cost so that the SD will sell for no more than $49 here. Nintendo, when contacted, would not comment on the Super Deck. Continued on page 58. Continued? Oh, not the article, just the section. Okay. Mega Drive 2 Mega CD2 hit Japan. Sega of Japan has just brought out a new version of their 16-bit game system CD combo. The new components are called the Mega Drive 2 and Mega CD2. Well, what is most important about these systems are their prices. By consolidating the circuitry and removing some of the minor features, Sega has been able to reduce the list prices of the MD2 to 12,800 yen, $105, and 29,800 yen, $250 for the CD2. It should be noted that these prices are bare bones and don't include any software. These are list prices though. The MD2 discounted will sell for about $85, 20% off, and the CD2 is expected to approach $225, 10% off. When officials at Sega of America were contacted for comment, see page 52 of last month's EGM Express, they pointed out that it will be very difficult to match those prices here in the US. Extra costs due to shipping, handling, and customs are additional hidden costs that in the US products must have built in. For the most part, the MD2 and CD2 are functionally the same as the older versions. Gone though are the earphone jack and volume control on the MD2. The differences in the CD players are the simpler access LED light and the new clam-like CD door. The new 6-button controller is in the pack and stick with the MD2. Sega Channel coming to TV. Sega, Time Warner Entertainment, and Telecommunications Inc., the world's two largest cable companies, have just inked a deal to form a joint venture to develop and market the Sega Channel. This new concept will offer Sega Genesis owners access to a large library of video games via cable television. The Sega Channel, to be priced in a range of most pay cable subscription services, will launch in test markets this fall. If all goes well, TSC could be available to all US cable systems by early 1994. Sega states that the subscribers to its channel will be able to choose from a wide selection of popular games, previews, and soon-to-be-released titles, gameplay tips, news, contests, and promotions. They plan to update the programming every month. To get TSC, subscribers will have to purchase a special tuner decoder cartridge which plugs into the Genesis and attaches to the TV cable. After selecting the item desired, the game is downloaded onto the cartridge for play as long as the Genesis is turned on. No prices have been set yet. That sounds really cool. I wonder if you're able to actually get it done. Saturday Night Slam Masters. Welcome back, arcade junkies. As you will remember, last month here in Leaning Edge, we previewed Capcom's latest mega cool arcade game, Saturday Night Slam Masters. This month, we thought it only appropriate to give this fantastic new coin-op full-featured in-your-face, super stupendous EGM blowout coverage. Okay, not interested. Thank you. Lost Vikings. One of the main reasons I love the Game Doctor, editorial blush, GG, is that you can answer any video game question honestly and accurately. The question I have concerns the Duo. I own a TurboGrafx 16 with the old CD player, and I know I can play the Super CD games on it with the System Card 3.0. The question I have is, will I be able to use the computer hookup with the older CD-ROM for the Duo? I hope I can, because I really would hate to have to sell the old CD-ROM so that I can have one on my computer. Besides, what is the technical difference anyway? Answer. Good news, David. According to TI, you can, in fact, use your older model CD-ROM drive with your computer. As for the differences between the two systems, the primary advantage of the new CD-ROM drive is its enhanced access speed. I believe there is also more buffer space in the new version. Buffer space is important since in most CD-based video games, the program is not running directly off the CD. Instead, the game, or sections of it, as in multi-level contests, are loaded into the buffer area from which they can be accessed with the speed of a ROM cartridge. Feeling better? Good, that's what we're here for. Duo? Yep. International Outlook. International news. Hold on to your hats because I just got the latest info on some of the latest and greatest games to hit the land of the rising sun. With anticipation, I was able to get into the CSG, Consumer Self Group, show in Japan, where a lot of new cards were being shown for the first time. Easily the best of the show was Street Fighter II Champion Edition for the PC Engine. The 20 meg card was the talk of the show. In fact, it had its own room where players clustered around the booths trying to catch a glimpse of their favorite warriors. Slip Heat was at the show and was closer to completion, and same for R-Type 3. Say goodbye to Slowdown. Other spectacular sights to see included the unbelievably fast Time Dominator and the intense motorcycle action of GP1. These games should come to the States pretty soon. The show was the best one yet, and though my feet are sore, it was well worth seeing. I can hardly wait to see what's next. R-Type 3. The vile Bido Empire has returned to finish the planet Earth and her colonies once and for all. With their extensive armada, they have swarmed the galaxy, slaughtering many hapless humans, leaving pain and suffering in their wake. Only one ship in the Earth's forces can possibly hope to save the human race from extinction. The R9. Equipped with a specialized droid unit, the ship is able to annihilate a large number of aliens. Will it survive? That's up to you. R-Type 3 features a ton of levels, each varying from the vacuum of space to an alien nesting ground. All the levels will prove tough to crack. R-Type 3 is the latest in this popular line of shooters. Like the previous versions, this one features hot graphics, non-stop action, and awesome power-ups. The one problem that plagued the earlier games has been almost eliminated: slowdown. With the slowdown taken care of, this card proves to be one of the better shooter attempts on the market. Super Turrican. This looks like a Contra-style game. What's GamePro magazine? I should look into it. Beam it down. Nintendo Japan made news when it purchased Japan's one and only satellite broadcast pay radio station. Now with its newfound resources, Nintendo Japan is planning on broadcasting a variety of things, ranging from game information to weather reports. More excitingly, it opens up new doors to online video game contests. Imagine not just 7 opponents in Mario Kart, but all the kids in Japan. Isn't kart misspelled in a video game magazine? To tune into the system, a decoder, pictured below, and an adapter are required for operation, along with a Super Famicom. Some nationwide simultaneous game contests can be expected in the future. The latest in the Dragon Warrior and Final Fantasy series may also be released on this format. The next as yet announced Mirror Adventure is also rumored to be compatible. Educational software is also in the works. Can this possibly be the future? These are games for the Mega Drive. What was this? That's for the Duo again. Oh, do I think this is the one they reviewed, right? Dungeon Master. Wasn't that early on in the reviews and it was not good? Yeah, 7757. Yeah. Definitely not good enough to buy a Duo for, given how much they cost. Okay. Achievements. As expected, Nintendo and their licensees swept the game categories of the top annual Japanese software competition conducted by the Yomiuri newspapers, Japan's largest national newspaper. Capcom's Street Fighter II beat up on stiff competition to seize honors as the top game from '92. The other 4 nominees were Final Fantasy V. 5? They have 5 games there? Damn. Dragon Warriors 5, Super Mario Kart, and Derby Stallion National Edition. Yomiuri newspaper is also conferred special awards to Imagineers, Super Famicom, Sim Earth, and Mario Paint. From a reader's poll, the Famitsu Weekly magazine crowned Dragon Warrior 5 as the best game of the year. To top it all off, Nintendo's Shigeru Miyamoto of Zelda and Mario fame scored another multi-million seller with Super Mario Kart. Seems like a dead certainty that he will keep his chain of platinum hits unblemished with Star Fox this year. Yeah, who knows whether these games are coming anyway. What does it mean? Surprisingly, not many people know the meaning behind the name Nintendo or the other companies, much less. Not even our Ed knew. I assume Ed means editor? Nintendo comes from an old Japanese saying that loosely translates to do the best of your abilities and let the heavens determine the outcome. Sorry, it loses a lot in the translation. However, the 3 kanji symbol characters composing Nintendo can also be directly translated as the house where you leave it up to the heavens. In other words, a casino. In that sense, it's a name perfectly suited up to a company that was and still is the top manufacturer of traditional and Western-style playing cards in Japan. That's why most people over 40 in Japan tend to think of Nintendo as playing cards brand, not that they're wrong. Out of interest, for those of you wondering where Sega gets its name, we've got the answer. Sega takes its name reflecting its arcade roots, service and games, using the first 2 letters of those 2 words. Once you know, it seems kind of simple, doesn't it? TTI's mothership NESC stands for Nippon Electric Company. So there you have it, the mysteries of the Orient are revealed. Just a little trivia to throw to your friends. Nick here, I'm gonna fact check this and report on it because this seems like urban legend, not real true. But I'm gonna report and let you know. All right. Turns out mostly true. There's no official origin to the name Nintendo, but this seems to be the accepted meaning for it, though nobody knows for certain. And Sega also was service. It was basically it bought a company called Service Games, and it took the name Sega from it. So that's it. Back to Tim. Ooh, Royal Rumble. I bet this would be fun for a weekend. We got Bret Hart, The Undertaker, Razor Ramon. Oh, these are tricks. There's no point reading these until we actually get the game. So, yeah, I might look at these again if we rent Star Fox this weekend. What do we have? Yeah, we don't have any of these games, so whatever. Skip, 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 skip. So many Star Fox tips, huh? I wonder if some of the old Nintendo Powers have it as well. I'll have to check. Here it comes. Here comes the Speed Racer from Accolade. This racing title will come to Super NES sometimes in 1994, while the Genesis one hits the fourth quarter of 1993. This one should be interesting. Tengen has quite a schedule coming up with games like Road Rider 2 from the Super NES, Team Williams, Formula 1 Racing for the Genesis. The strategy wizards at Koei have another involving simulation for the Super NES known as Genghis Khan 2. JVC has a new Sega CD in the works called Thunderhawk. Konami is working on an all-new Genesis game called Castlevania Bloodlines. Revel's Power Modeler series has 2 new subtitles in the works. The first is called Muscle Cars and should be released in September. The other is called High-Tech Aircraft and should be released in October. Elementary, Sherlock Holmes 3 will hit the Sega CD later this year. For the Game Gear, Sega will release Surf Ninjas with a Genesis version coming later. Activision has decided to drop the Super Air Diver from their release schedule. Accolade has signed up Charles Barkley to star in a basketball game. F-15's Strike Eagle 2 from Microprose and Star Quest from Namco will come to the Genesis. Microcosm is from Psygnosis in the Sega CD. BigNet has Riddick Bow Boxing for the Super NES. Super Power League. Oh, it's not a baseball game. Whatever. Sega CD, Sega CD, Genesis. Zombies in my... Oh, man, that's a giant baby. What's happening here? Konami has picked up the rights to this fine game. Once entitled Monsters, it has been renamed with a catch title Zombies Ate My Neighbor. This card is loaded to the top with action and gameplay similar to Smash TV. You fight against bizarre creatures that range from psycho toys to crazed clowns on a rampage. The seemingly lighthearted game is in fact quite spooky. As for looks, this game's pictures speak for themselves. The game is top-notch in almost every way. The main bosses of this game are a sight to see, and most players will feel as they've entered their worst nightmare. Hopefully Konami will release this game soon. Mecha Robot Golf. That's just a golf game. Super Bomberman. Man. So I guess they also have Mario's Missing for the NES, huh? What's this mean? Future releases announced. Okay. Making a Phantasy Star 4. Cool, but I don't have a Genesis, so whatever. Oh, Mortal Kombat. Let's read this one. Let the fights begin. It seems fighting games are the trend, and Mortal Kombat is here to take a piece of the pie. After the unchallenged success of other fighting games, it seemed that nothing would break its ironclad hold on the arcades. Then a new game appeared with digitized graphics so clear and sounds so sharp it looked as if you were controlling actors instead of video games. The name Mortal Kombat has since been a favorite in game rooms. What has drawn the attention from the hottest game of all time? One quick glance will show you how far digitization has come. The characters and backgrounds are very detailed. Add great sound effects, voices, and effects, and you have the makings of an arcade giant. But there is more. There is a unique controller, the special endurance rounds, and maybe most of all, the incredible display of violence and gore. When coupled all together, it spells success for any format it appears on. How close can the home market come? Only the programmers know for sure. Oh, that's you see, there's start off with one-on-one matches, then there's endurance ones, and there's the bosses. The components of Mortal Kombat. MK is obviously a fighting game, but it's more than a simple fight that makes this an arcade hit. Sure, there are 6 regular fights, but then there is also the mirror match where you fight your evil twin. After that, the action really heats up in an endurance match where you must fight 2 foes consecutively with 1 bar of energy. There are a couple of bosses for added fun and even several bonus rounds to break up the heated combat. Test your might. Detailed digitized backgrounds and characters. Palace Gate, the Pit, Courtyard, Warrior Shrine. Okay, so the arcade pictures are yellow. The orange is the Super NES. We can recognize the Game Boy ones pretty clearly. The controller dilemma. Once again, the new demanding games push the video game hardware, especially in the areas of controllers, to the limits. Mortal Kombat is a 5-button game, as shown by the diagram on the right. The Super Nintendo and Genesis system both happens to have 6-button controllers, which allow for perfect game controls. But what about playing Mortal Kombat on the portables? Sources indicate that the various moves will be performed by using the select button, which will allow you to toggle between punching and kicking. This could get tricky, but it will be done, and done very well, we hope. That sounds terrible. I guess the block button they probably put on the shoulder. The Mortal Kombat training grounds. Before you take on the game, whether in the arcade or at home, you'll have to learn the art of fighting. There are plenty of great moves and combos, but start off with the basic techniques. A very simple but effective move is the rapid pressing of the punch button when foes are close. This wears them down and stops them from performing moves. If you're really close, you may want to press light punch and forward to throw them. Another close combat skill to learn is the sweep, back and low kick. This will drop even a blocking opponent who is standing up. Also, you must learn to tap block to perform moves and then quickly block again. From far away, master the special moves to gain ground and the upper hand fast. Oh, and these are just a bunch of moves, huh? I should save this for arcade. For 500 years, this behemoth has been hailed as the ground champion, and I mean, he has 4 arms, I see why. One look at this huge multi-armed creature and you'll know the reason why. His arsenal of moves is limited, but his attacks do incredible damage. He's also fast for his size and relentlessly keeps charging at you. Your only chance is to use your special attacks to wear him down, but it won't be easy. Your host for the tournament, Shang Tsung. Your final and greatest challenge. Early on, the tournament was filled with honor until Shang Tsung became Grand Master. Under a curse, he stole the souls of his victims. Eventually, he was defeated and enlisted the help of his pupil Goro. Now he is once again in control and corrupting the fights. He has the ability to transform into any character as is shown to the right. He also has powerful magic fireballs that shoot out in multiples. If this wasn't bad enough, he can float across the ground at incredible speeds and is very hard to catch. He is the last and toughest of the Mortal Combatants. Sounds better. The question of gore and more. Throughout these 8 pages of Mortal Kombat previews, there have been a lot of screens from every major home video game system. All MK fans are looking for one thing and one thing only. Blood. This game's trademark is violent fatalities and its abundant use of blood. One scene in particular, dubbed the Pit, is particularly gory, with a bed full of spikes and body parts awaiting any who gets knocked off the beam, shown to the right. Will the home versions retain these features? Look back over the pictures at all the moves and see that even the fatalities are present in all versions. The amount and detail of blood and guts is still pending. Sources assure us that the end product will be as close to the arcade as possible, and from these early pictures it looks as if they are very close, Just check out the set of pictures on the far right. All versions, even the Super NES, show blood and gore. As far as other special features such as the elusive extra character, the reptile, combos, and bonus rounds, we'll all just have to wait for the production prototypes. From the outstanding effort thus far, it seems all the graphics and hopefully sounds will make this best arcade-to-home video game translation. Yeah, I guess this is the arcade. This is a Super NES. Street Fighter 2, 1986 to present. Has it really been 7 years since we started first playing Street Fighter in the arcades? While not many of us were actually there in 1986, the Street Fighter machine sales were actually quite poor. It was nevertheless the beginning of an era. The arcade version was simple compared to its sequel, but the TurboGrafx CD version, one of the first games ever released on CD, was more memorable. It wasn't a spectacular game. Reviewers were saying the same things then as they are now about many CD games. It's a card game with CD music. But it introduced us to Ken and Ryu. After a year or two, Capcom decided to make another attempt at a street fighting game, and early ads in the Japanese arcade trade journals called their new game Street Fighter 89. When the game came out, the name was changed to Final Fight and a new series of games was born. After Final Fight, Capcom took the Street Fighter name and tried to make a futuristic fighting game for the NES. About all that the game had in common with Street Fighter was the main character, who was named Ken. Then, having tremendous success with the Street Fighter game, Capcom went back to the drawing board and came with a heavily modified update and called it Street Fighter 2. The rest is history. The 1992 Champion Edition update gave the player control of the bosses, and late that year, after seeing many of their CD arcade games being updated with illegal accelerator chips, Capcom released the Turbo Street Fighter 2 CD arcade game. Most recently, the excitement has moved to the home scene with the release of a CE version for the US Genesis and the Japanese Duo. Just last month, the series was concluded with the introduction of the Turbo version in Japan. Can the US release be far behind? The big question now becomes, where is Street Fighter 3? Street Fighter Arcade, August 86. August 86? Wow, that's a long time ago. Fighting Street, TurboGrafx 16 CD. Cool. Okay, this is the duo version of Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition. 9+. Ooh, Super Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. Who wasn't expecting the Empire to strike back on the Super NES? At the time this article is written, there are only a few levels completed. But by the time you read this and see it at the summer CES, the game will be in the final stages of production. Some new features are evident, like using the Force, see below. But another new thing is that the characters, Luke, Han, and Chewie, have new special attacks and abilities that will let them perform better in some levels than in others. For instance, Han Solo can now throw deadly grenades. Also, some of the later levels not covered here include a snow speeder scene, reminiscent of the land speeder scene, but now they will have mountains and hills instead of just a basic flatland. There will be training missions on Dagobah and even a huge battle on Cloud City with the eventual first battle with you and Darth Vader. Lightsaber to lightsaber. Stay tuned to the next issue of EGM for more info. Now Luke can really use the Force. Concentrate. Have Luke concentrate and you will be able to let your lightsaber float. Then strike. And by using the control pad, you can move it to attack enemies. Here it is, the long-awaited sequel is finally showing its lights, and wow does it shine. Check out all the different things that this super sequel has over its predecessor, as well as some old concepts. 2 levels so far. 2 levels are completed. Both are set on the Arctic planet of Hoth. Right atop of Tauntaun, roaming the lands for the proboat that's looking for rebels, and enter the rebel camp and take out the snow troopers to protect your friends. The mysteries of a Jedi Knight. As we all know, Luke is a Jedi Knight in training. So, he must possess certain skills to make him quite more advanced than what he once was. First of all, Luke can use the Force to become temporarily invincible for a short period of time. Luke can also run and fire at the same time without stopping. Finally, by using the control pad, Luke can have his lightsaber float on the screen, tracking the enemy across the surface of Hoth. The hunt is on. Skip along the freezing lands of Hoth in search of the probot that has just landed. Beware of the boar-like creatures that will attack you. Many of them have sharp claws that do nasty harm. As you prance across the surface, you will be amazed by the amount of detail on the land. The snow is given a new effect that makes it seem like it's blowing in different wind curves, and you will also notice that after a while in the backdrop, the probot will appear. Wampa Strike! Whoa! Looks like Luke met up with the granddaddy of all Wampas. Watch out for its huge extending claw arms and use the Force in order to hit it in the head with your lightsaber. Help out your friend in the Rebel encampment. Speederbacks and Hoth? Hey, the Sarlacc pit was in the first game. Besides, who said that they didn't exist during that time? But I'd like to know the wind chill factor. They still prove hazardous to your health as they quickly dart by nailing you in the back with a massive momentum. The Force will prove to be quite useful when dealing with the enemy snowtroopers. They will be hiding in shelter behind blast shields and all sorts of cover. So if you think that a good blaster by your side is better than the Force, think again. This one is going to rock. ATST attack. You'd better sharpen your skills for this puppy. The Scout Walker boss has just crossed your path. It jumps around in similar fashion to the defense droid in the previous version, so keep alert. A look into the future of Star Wars gaming. Well, now that we're seeing Super Empire, there are those who are asking to see some development of Return of the Jedi. Despite all the rumors flying around, there are no concrete development on Return at this present time. When the word does hit, however, EGM will be there with the whole scoop just for your eyes only. However, JVC is doing Rebel Assault for Sega CD, and going by what we've seen, it's gonna be hot. This CD utilizes many digitization of advanced polygon backdrops, as well as great sounds and superb gameplay that could just rival the recently released X-Wing for the PCs. Speaking of which, there are rumors about a Super NES version of X-Wing that utilizes the Super FX chip to be in the works. Whether it is true or not has yet to be seen, but it sure would be nice. Stay tuned to EGM for the new softs of Classic Movie and an update to the Super NES version of Empire in later issues. Man, this makes me want to rent Super Star Wars again. That game was cool when we played it. Tough enough. Final major war of Earth has happened. Now only the strong are able to survive in this desolate wasteland without much to fear. All that has changed, for a mysterious warrior named Jade, the Fighting King, is challenging all of those who feel confident enough to try to reach him in his tower palace and take him down. Now 4 warriors are posed ready to decide the fate of this megalomaniac in their own hands. This card has all the technique one would expect from a fighting game. There are 4 characters you can play as with 10 different boss characters. The backgrounds have very cool effects, ranging from long-covered landscapes to candles reflecting on the floor to bursts of lightning. The card is also the first in the genre to use an instant replay feature for all those masochists out there who love to see the pain of others. Many other features exist that make this card shine above the rest. It's just a fighting game. There's a story mode, but yeah. Ooh, Final Fight 2. This one looks good. Oh, it should be out very soon. It is years after the first battle, and the Mad Gear gang is beginning to regroup. To start, the gang has kidnapped Guy's fiancée, Irina, and her father, Genryusai. However, Irina's little sister and Guy's best friend, Maki, are going after them. Also wanting some action is Carlos, a visitor from South America staying with Hagar. Unlike its predecessors, Final Fight 2 allows for 2 people to play simultaneously. And with newcomers, Maki and Carlos, this is sure to be a one white-hot title. We got Maki, quickest but most fragile, Hagar, strongest but slowest, and Carlos, who has a sword. Well, it's funny when you just see the round like this, held that linearly. It does look pretty small, huh? Doesn't look like there's a lot going on here. Rock and roll racing. Rock and rollers and race drivers start your guitars and engines. Here comes interplay with a hot racer that will knock your socks off. In this perspective racer similar to RC Pro AM, race to the sound of Peter Gunn by Henry Mancini, Born to be Wild by Steppenwolf, Bet to the Born by George Thorogood, and many more. There is an option that lets you race alone or against a friend. You can also purchase several upgrades for your vehicles, including modified engines, armor, and missiles to blast the opponents apart. Your ranking after race determines how much money you will be awarded. All this including great hosting and commentary by Larry Huffman. What more could you ask for? Okay, so, a racing game. Oh, these racers are wild and kind of lame, maybe? Cars good for street and dirt tracks, best for use on concrete streets, but for use on dirt off-road tracks. Yeah, maybe once I see it in Nintendo Power, this might be worth a rental. This is a puzzle game. Kill Carnage. This is a Contra-like, isn't it, huh? The world is no longer a safe place to eat, drink, and be merry. The villainous General Akboob, infamous ruler of Kukistan, has made all types of mutant life forms. You're part of the elite Doomsday Squad, and you control either Captain Carnage or Major Mayhem through this incredible battle. F1 Racer. Meh. Wing Commander. Oh, yeah, I have this one for the PC. RT Lightfoot. Dr. Lightfoot, I presume. The ever-growing fad for having mascot games is steadily growing. Soon to be added to the list is RT Lightfoot, spelunker of steel that has a few tricks that will blow your mind. First of all, the levels in the game are set up so that you will have to not just go through them, but explore them as well. To help you, you can perform neat feats like using your tail to do super jumps and grab enemies. You can find jetpacks and other cool items, and a little blue bob-like sidekick that will help you when you need it most. So you're kangaroo, it looks like? Right atop the huge snake as it slinks through the level. Make sure you look in every direction. The guardian is protecting the key on the floor. Password feature. Okay. Interesting. Might be worth checking it out when it's out. Blumtal? Bleemtal? Biometal. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Missile setup. Yeah, it's a shooter. Baseball game. Fishing. Meh. Oh, this one, no. Super NES, okay. The Journey Home, Quest for the Throne. The game name has been changed from New Gear to its present title. Oh. You are a young duke, an heir to the throne. You have traveled far away to distant lands to seek out all that life has to offer. Upon hearing of the trouble from within your father's court, you decide to journey home. This is the point where the adventure begins. The journey starts aboard a giant ship bound for your homeland. All will seem fine for a short time, but then pirates will take over the ship, slaughtering everyone. How will you survive to get back to your homeland? How can you save your father's kingdom? The Journey Home, Quest for the Throne is an action game combining elements of role-playing, much like the line of Soul Blazer or Zelda. Ooh. The plot line progresses quickly and the action can get intense. One thing that makes this card stand out is the AICS system, which adjusts the difficulty of the game to the skill of the player. The graphics are good and the enemies are cool. This card is an adventure that all players will enjoy. Oh yeah, you get a grappling hook. You can jump. That's something that better than Link to the Past, I guess. Oh. Yeah, we should keep an eye on this one. Journey Home. Oh, this looks cool, but it's for the Genesis. Enter Sparkster, an opossum with all the skills of a knight and the equipment that would put the Rocketeer to shame. For his kingdom has just been attacked by an army of hogs, it is up to you to take them down and rescue the princesses like all heroes do. The difference is that this adventure is an SFX Tour de Force. Innovative items like the rocket pad that you can charge that will give you the blast of flight speed to reflection and transparency effects created on the Genesis. Best of all, they are done without any breakup or slowdown. Stay tuned for more awesome coverage on this awesome game. Whoa, look at that. There's like pigs in a vehicle. I hope Jason gets this one and I get to play it at his place. The underground lava caverns of doom. Ooh. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Final Fight CD. Yeah, whatever. We get Final Fight 2 on the NES. Robo LSD. Yeah, it's all the rest of the stuff for the Sega CD or other things. They said this game was not good. Why are they doing a 2-page spread on it? That's really dark. I can barely see anything. Duo. Exile. Oh, this was the game that we saw the ad for. Evil has once again struck the desolate land, holding the populace in a tight grip of fear. In response to this outbreak of terror, Sadler has unsheathed his sword and is ready to free his people once again. With 3 bereaved friends, Rumi, Kindi, and Fakil. Fuck. Sadler's force is strong enough to destroy any evil force. By using the CD's capabilities to their fullest, Exile, Wicked Phenomenon creates an epic journey that makes it one of the better duo games. The quest is long and the bosses are difficult. The graphics and music are also top-notch. Can you read the world of the evil curse before it's too late? Cool. Kind of looks like Ys, in a way, with the player and the energy or effects that it do. Theron's quest. Sherlock Holmes consulting detective. Help Super Snooper Sherlock Holmes solve 3 puzzling cases for the duo. The case of the 2 lions, the case of the murder munitions magnet, and the case of the pilfered paintings. Sim Earth. It's kind of like being God except the graphics are better. Some people in church would not appreciate that. Ooh, Kirby's Adventure. Eat up. Meet Kirby, a little limp blob who promises to be a surefire hit for the NES and soon the Super NES. What does Kirby do? He eats everything. Kirby has the ability to suck enemies into his mouth and then shoot them out at others to destroy them. But it is only half of it. If Kirby eats a critter with special powers, Kirby can swallow it and obtain the critter's power. Of course, if the swallowed critter has no special power, he just, as they say, passes. Kirby can also fly through the sky by sucking in a lot of air and inflating himself. This is also advantageous because he can let the air out of his mouth, which acts as a projectile that also harms enemies. As for the story, Kirby must venture through 6 harsh lands, each filled with enemies. There are also boss characters at the end of each that must be destroyed. Can Kirby eat his way to victory? Kirby must venture through 6 worlds to complete the game. Each world has several stages, including warps and bonus stages. The later stages will be hidden by bricks and cannot be accessed until the other have been conquered. Also look for warp and bonus stages in each level. Vegetable Valley. Guide Kirby past several flying and plant enemies. The boss here is a giant tree. Some attack items. When Kirby sucks some enemies, he will be able to use their powers by pressing B and down. Kirby will lose this ability if he takes a hit. It can be a tornado, a needle, a stone, have a sword, be a wheel. Fly, duck, eat, suck up, slide, and run. This looks very good. Is it on a rental list yet? It should be on a rental list. Though it might be a while before our local store has these games out. Bases last, more baseball. Ooh, Super Turrican. 8-bit Turrican at its finest. Oh, but this is for NES? That's fine. Not interested. Star Trek for Game Boy. Game Boy takes Star Trek fans where no gamer has gone before with Star Trek The Next Generation. As a cadet in the charge of the USS Enterprise on a training mission, you must take orders from Captain Jean-Luc Picard as to what your mission will be. At your disposal are the Enterprise crew members: Lieutenant Worf, Lieutenant Commander Data, Lieutenant Commander LaForge, Lieutenant O'Brien, and Commander Riker, who will relay message to you from Captain Picard. You control everything on a starship, from the transporter to the weapon systems. You have a limited amount of time to complete each mission. The successive failure of the mission depends on the time limit. This looks kind of nerdy though. Like, get a bunch of reports. Where's the action? There's some shooting, I guess, but yeah, this does not look good. This is for Game Gear. Game Gear. No. Superman ×4. Since the king of comic superheroes' death last fall, rumors of his return have been as widespread as those surrounding the late king of rock and roll. Put an end to reports that range from alleged Clark Kent spotting a dentist in Hackensack, New Jersey, to the Flash in the sky over China House in Minnesota, AGM Lifestyle's editor set out to set the record straight. In The Adventures of Superman 500, a 64-page book that shipped April 13, DC Comics introduced readers to 4 separate characters, each clamoring to be Krypton's favorite son. With the release of 4 Superman connecting titles on April 27, readers have to follow each of the DC comic titles they want to be able to determine who's the real Man of Steel. The 4 wannabes include Superboy, the Man of Tomorrow, the Last Son of Krypton, and the Man of Steel. Buy stuff, sell stuff. Last minute update. Super Mario Collection. Ooh. The Super Mario Collection takes all 4 of the 8-bit version of the Super Mario Bros. Game, including the second Mario Adventure that was never released in America, and enhances the graphics and sound, and it's sold in 1 cartridge? Oh, we're gonna have to get this. Pugsy. Graphics look good. I don't know what it is though. Scoreboard, Game over. Star Fox. Super FX Finale. As most of you know, Star Fox is one of the toughest shooters to hit the Super NES in some time. Only the best air-wing fighter pilots can make it through the barrage of enemy fire that seemingly fill each level. Once you make it to the last stage, you must use all your piloting skills in order to battle against evil Androth. Be careful of his attack, as he will spew deadly shrapnel in every direction. To defeat him, aim for his eyes until they both explode. Pieces of the head will fall apart, revealing Andrev hidden within. Blast him with all you've got. Don't forget to use your Nova bombs. This is no time to conserve them for later because this guy will not hesitate to throw everything at you. Now sit back and enjoy one of the coolest endings of all. As described in this issue's Tricks of the Trade, hotshot air-wing fighter pilots can now try their hands at slots. Just shoot at the arms of the machine and try to get 3 7s to destroy this unusual boss. Once this is over and done, the words "The End" will pop up after closing credits and you must fire at their letters to position them right side up. This isn't as easy as it sounds because enemies will fly and shoot the letters out of position. This is like for a secret ending or something. Cool. Alright, I guess that's the end. Yeah. Definitely saw a couple of games we might want to rent soon. I don't know if Star Fox and Batman Returns will be there yet. Kirby's Adventure, I kind of want to just buy because it looks really good. What time is it?
Wondered Timmy as he put away the magazine he had picked up.
I'm starting to get hungry.
It had indeed been about 3 hours since Timmy woke up, which meant it was about 11:30 in the morning. Timmy decided it was time to make himself some lunch, so he went downstairs and made himself a PB&J sandwich. After his lunch satisfied his hunger somewhat, Timmy tried calling John to see if he was interested in playing something together. Unfortunately, John's mom picked up the phone and told Timmy that his best friend would be busy all day at a soccer camp.
Rats,
Timmy thought.
There goes my plan for the afternoon.
He considered calling his other friends too, but decided against it, and figured that if they were out and about, they were likely to find each other anyways. Arkport was a small town, and if you were looking for something to do to fight boredom and escape the summer heat, well, there were only a dozen blocks or so worth of shops you could visit, and it was easy enough to peruse all of them in a few minutes. So, Timmy hopped onto his bike, and 15 minutes later, he was downtown. He gave the newsstand a wide berth. Old Man Krat was not fond of kids perusing the wares, which he saw like a theft against his business. So Timmy only approached the newsstand when he knew there was something he wanted or needed to purchase. Instead, Timmy went down Main Street and stopped at the small game store, the only one in downtown Arkport. The show had a limited selection and didn't carry any new games, instead mostly relying on trade-ins and other knickknacks to sustain its business. Timmy decided to check out the currently available games to see if he could spot any good offers. Sadly, not a lot of stuff drew his attention, with the exception of Mega Man and Pinball Quest. But Timmy didn't have enough pocket change to buy anything anyways, so he just stepped out of the shop and went to grab an ice cream at the local soda shop. While he sat sipping on his ice cream, Timmy considered his next move. He didn't see Nick or Jason, so they were probably out on some errand or visiting the grandparents. That was the problem of summer. Some days you had no idea whether you'd run into your friends, or have to entertain yourself for the whole day. However, Timmy was not quite ready to call the day a wash. Between one thing and another, it was already 1 p.m. And he didn't want to spend the rest of the day waiting around for life to happen. So he hopped on his bike and made his way to the library. This was the first time Timmy had voluntarily stepped foot in the town library. He never felt the need to borrow any books from it, and his bedroom was always a quiet enough space to study. But his friend Nick had told him that libraries also had old magazines he could read, specifically ones about gaming. With some trepidation, Timmy approached the old man at the counter. "Excuse me, sir, where do you keep the gaming magazines?" asked Timmy.
Well, a new patron. Welcome to the Yorkport City Library, young man. You'll find the magazines in the periodical section. Just go straight and to your right. Be mindful when reading them. You're not the only one who might be interested in them, and know that magazines cannot be land-tapped. We close at 6 p.m. today. If you have any other questions, just come back here and let me know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Librarian, sir, Timmy replied. And before the librarian could respond, Timmy had rushed out in excitement.
They really let you just, read stuff for free?
This seemed too good to be true to Timmy. As he ran around the corner and got to the periodical section, Timmy noticed they were organized by subject. From there, it only took a couple of minutes to find the gaming magazines he was looking for. He picked a couple of the latest releases that were more focused on PC gamings, sat his butt in a comfy chair, and started reading once again.
Alright, which one should I start from? Let's pick this one. Video games and computer entertainment. Okay. There's 4 covers, it seems. Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition for the Genesis. Seems pretty popular these days. For RBI Baseball. Speedy Gonzalez for Game Boy. Yeah, looking at this, looks like Game Boy. Letter from the editor. The recent industry news is pretty sobering, and not all a good sign. Strategic Simulations Inc., SSI, Microprose, and Sierra Online have all been hit by the recession and hard. The rumor, in fact, is that Microprose is up for sale, though field reports say that it's looking for venture capital as much-needed financial aid. Author companies have been forced to lay employees off as a cost-cutting measure, and you can bet the games under development might end up late or not releasing at all. Hey, this information sounds more like casualty reports from an overseas war than what many consider a thriving industry. It's important to note, however, that with the global recession we've got now, and it's worse in Japan from the reports we're getting, people have to be careful. Certainly, there's plenty of room for even more growth in the current game community, but it's little consolation to those who have lost their jobs, and we wish them the best in landing on their feet at other companies. Why shouldn't there be enough to go around, you ask? After all, by the estimates we hear, the electronic game industry, game consoles and software, PC software, and coin-operated revenue, is somewhere in the range of the $15 to $20 billion in sales. Yes, that's a 20 with 9 zeros after it if you're counting. Even so, you can go too wild with spending. This was one of the footfalls for Atari in the mid-80s. A game company can't put too many of its eggs in one basket. Another example of the success is Cinemaware, who kicked the bucket a few years ago. When we went to visit their company, there were a lot of projects in the work. That meant there was much money going out, but little coming in, until a project was complete and the check delivered. Unfortunately, the seesaw tipped too much in one direction, the company couldn't handle the economic stress it had put on itself, and it broke. In order to avoid this happening to more companies, and there's even more risk given the time and resources needed to complete a game on CD, the companies have to be responsible. Don't spend what you don't have. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Most of all, though, give us games that are fun and will carry you to the bank. Hopefully you've noticed that this issue features 4 different versions of the same cover, each with a different Street Fighter 2 boss. This is an effort to give something to you, our readers, that's a little fun. Let's see how long it takes for one of our competitors to copy this one. We'd like to hear your thoughts, so drop us a line by US mail, fax, or electronic mail. And thanks for reading VG&CE. Aren't the 4 covers just so that people that want all of them have to buy the magazine 4 times? Seems like a cheap thing to do, but... Yay! Sega in America recently did something that pleased its third-party licensees and us very much. It reduced the cost of producing Genesis cartridges. While we can't print the highly confidential price list without laying ourselves in deep guacamole, we can say the costs are noticeably less than before. So why should you care? Because reduced protection costs will hopefully lead to reduced retail prices, and reduced retail prices will definitely lead to happy Genesis owners. Nay. Electronic Arts is king of Genesis board games, constantly undoing Sega's own titles with such smash hits as John Madden Football and its sequels, Lakers vs. Celtics and its sequels, NHL, NHL Hockey and its sequel, and PGA Tour Golf and its sequel. NHL Hockey 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 So why can't it show the same programming mastery for the Super NES? The SNES version of John Madden Football was a massive disappointment, and even John Madden Football 93 lacks the Genesis version's smooth game play. NHLPA Hockey 93 on the SNES was so poorly designed, the programming team removed frames from the animations in a feeble attempt to match the Genesis version's speed. We all know the SNES can't handle great sports games. NCAA basketball, David Crane's Amazing Tennis, and Super Soccer are 3 examples. Well, can handle great sports games. So Electronic Arts has no excuse for turning out such second-rate software. Nay. As you can imagine, we'll get a lot of calls here at VG&CE headquarters, usually from lustful dudes begging to speak with editorial assistant and fabulous babe Stephanie de Guy. Lately, however, you callers have been asking about a Street Fighter II boss code that was hyped on the cover of one of our competitors and updated in a more recent issue. The competing mag wrote that this code is imperfect, which wins our Understatement of the Year award. Firstly, the boss's colors are totally messed up. Second, the graphics glitch so that you end up fighting what looks like a 6-foot tall pile of vomit. Thirdly, the code crashes the SNES. Fourthly, the code requires a Game Genie, a major detail that was conveniently not mentioned in the competitor's cover. The updated code requires a Game Genie and a Pro Action replay. Listen to us now and believe us later. This boss code is slightly amusing, totally worthless, and certainly not worth getting a Game Genie or Pro Action replay to try it out. You'd be better off spending your money on the coin-op or the upcoming Genesis version of Street Fighter II Champion Edition. And I assume this is the fabulous babe, Stephanie de Guy. Could it be? Could it be that the politically incorrect writers of European magazine Sega Pro had not one but 2 amazingly racist items in their 1993 March issue? Nip Bits, a column about a Japanese software, and Jap Charts, a Japanese best-selling game list? Could it be that European magazine write outrageous put-downs of bad games? Here's a selection of 5 amusing quotes taken from various Euromags. You should have seen the quotes that were too naughty for us to print. A horrible, nasty piece of software which could put computer owners off games playing for life. Don't even think about buying it. This game is completely devoid of any redeeming character whatsoever, unless you set fire to the disk to keep warm during the long winter months. An appalling piece of software which is only worth buying if you got more money than sense. A very stupid and annoying attempt at a game which is about as enjoyable as eating live slugs. This game will prove as popular as your next door's neighbor dog, were it to have rabies. Could it be that the VG&CE staff was having conniptions trying to figure out the lyrics to the theme song in Road Avengers? After several days of intense listening, we did what anyone in our position would have done, plead and beg with our contact at Renovation, the lovely Karen Safran, to send us a lyric sheet, which she graciously did, and which we're graciously printing below. Next month, the lyrics to Smells Like Teen Spirit. Or maybe not. Mail. Vectrix corrects. It was a pleasure to see your April article ahead of their time with the Vectrix as its lead machine. I worked with the original Vectrix design team in Santa Monica, California, and I thought I'd correct a few errors in that article. There were indeed more than a dozen games released for the Vectrix, more than 24, in fact. Some of the titles listed in your article as originals were actually coin-op conversions. Rip-Off and Solar Quest were both originally by Cinematronic, now called Leland Corporation. I designed the game Spike with its digitized voice. The game's programmer argued that we should change the character's name, and the game's name as a result, because free cavities, S and Fs, sounded unclear. But nobody was worried that anyone would think that Molly, the heroine, was saying, "Eek! Help! Spike!" so the name stayed. The Vectrix 3D Imager was released, as was the Vectrix Flight Pen. I have both, which I purchased at Sears or Toys R Us. Or was it the game shop in Westwood? But don't bother looking there now. They were all sold out years ago. There were a number of 3D and Light Pen games released. I worked as an advisor on 3D Narrow Escape. The reason for the system's demise was indeed the timing. All of us who worked on it remember fondly what a great machine we created, and we console each other that for the first video game bust, it would have been a huge success. I was also gratified to see that Mike Davila is a fan of both the Vectrex and Activision's new mech horror game for the SNES, which I produced. Thanks for the support. Love your magazine. Tom Sloper, Senior Producer, Activision. Thanks for the kind words about VG&CE, Tom. With regard to the mistakes on the Vectrex section of the Ahead of Our Time article, sorry Zach and Doug didn't contact you when researching it. Since publication of that article, which has been one of the most popular features ever to appear in these pages, judging by the mail we've received, we've gotten lots of electronic mail, letters, and faxes correcting us. The Vectrex Light Pen and 3D Imager, as you mentioned, were released, and a lot of our readers have them in the games that were released for them. According to Zach, one Vectrex owner, Daryl Jan, sent me detailed email about the 3D Imager. Each Imager game used a plastic color wheel, Jan said. The wheel mounted onto a small electric motor inside the Imager and spun around. Half of the wheel was black, blocking one eye, and the other half had colored sections, usually red, green, and blue. A timing indicator on the wheel told the Vectrex the angle of rotation so that, for example, your ship would be seen through the blue section, enemy mines would be seen through the green, and other objects would be seen through the red. Everything was drawn twice, once for each eye, creating the 3D effect. Doug and I thank Daryl for the added info and would like to say that the mistake was actually an April Fool's joke. Yeah, that's the ticket. Another reader, Jerry Jones of Bakersfield, California, sent us a picture of his collection of Vectrex wares. See left. As a final note for trivia fans, L. Nilsson of Sega, though formerly involved in the NEMO project discussed in the article, told us what NEMO actually stood for. Never ever mention outside. One Man Ceiling. I'm just ready to complain, again, about your constant needless grapping about Nintendo. I think that you have an otherwise excellent magazine and wish that you would report the goings-on of the video game world in an unbiased fashion. As an example, ever since I can remember, you all, and especially your editor, Mr. Eddie, were harping on the fact that the NES had a lockout chip that prevented unlicensed companies from profiting from Nintendo's invention. I can remember one of you, in effect, stating that any company should be able to produce any kind of software for any system, and that Nintendo had no rights to restrict unlicensed companies. However, when it was discovered that the newer Sega Genesis machines had a similar chip to prevent companies like Accolade from using the machine, I don't recall hearing much from your magazine about Sega's actions. Why are you all so biased? Did Nintendo do something to you personally? And if you compare the year that Sega and Nintendo had, I think even you people will be hard-pressed to be biased against Nintendo. I mean, compare Street Fighter 2 to Streets of Rage 2 and you will find there is no comparison. Street Fighter 2 has better graphics, technique, gameplay, player interaction, and yes, better music, although Yuzo Koshira's music can't be ignored. Super Mario Kart is great, as is NCAA Basketball, Axel A, Out of This World, Turtles 4, Death Valley Rally, Mario Paint, and, despite the lame pack and cart, the Super Scope has promise. What did Sega do to counter these great games? Nothing really. It seemed to concentrate more on new and expensive hardware, such as the Manacer and the Sega CD. I had some problems aiming the Manacer, and only one of its detachable components was comfortable to use. I can't help thinking it was a poor choice on Sega's part to introduce the Manacer so close on the heels of the Super Scope, and also to include a lousy 6-in-1 cartridge. It seemed as though Sega is directly copying Nintendo. In terms of the Sega CD, I was actually excited about the machine and had planned to purchase one when it was released. But, like any good gamer, I always try before I buy, and I borrowed my friend's machine. I couldn't believe what I would get for my $299. Soul Feast was below average, and Sherlock Holmes was boring. Plus, the full motion video that I was so excited about turned out to be a bust. Night Trap looked like a grainy colorized old movie. I suppose that this is due to the Genesis 64 colors per screen, which, these days, just does not cut it. I'm gonna save my money for either TTI's Duo or Nintendo's 32-bit CD player. Brent N. Webb Hicks, Baltimore, Maryland. Thanks for the letter, Brent, but it appears that you are as biased in favor of Nintendo as you accuse us of being against it. VG&CE has covered a Sega vs. Accolade trial in our Newsbit section and slammed Sega in our YNA/Could It Be column for both the unlabeled CDs and the lack of new Manacer software. Also, you should go back and reread Andy Eddy's February 1992 editorial about the Sega vs. Accolade case. It's hardly complimentary of Sega. And his January 1993 editorial is not at all what you would call Nintendo bashing either. Andy insists his role is as an observer and a reporter. If someone deserves bashing or praise, then that's what happens. The reader gets the real story. We're happy you like your Nintendo products, But your system doesn't get any better when you slam its competition. It's important to note that, of all the games you mentioned in Nintendo's Corner, all but 2 of the companies, Nintendo and Interplay, are also producing games for the Genesis. And Out of This World will end up on the Genesis courtesy of Virgin. That doesn't mean that Sega is better, just that it's obviously a viable system for software producers to market on. You also applaud the Super Scope and trash the Menacer, but why? Counting the games that have been released for either gun peripheral doesn't give us cause to pat either on the back. 4 games for the Super Scope versus 1 for the Menacer. Regarding the Sega CD, you have to take into account that CD drives are expensive and aren't for everyone. Surely, the Sega CD will come down in price and have more games released for it. It's up to the market to decide whether it's popular or not. However, Nintendo is expected to someday release a CD peripheral to its system. Would you cheer Nintendo for innovation, or say that Nintendo directly copied Sega, as you claim Sega did with its Menacer? All we ask is that you open your eyes to the whole marketplace of games and systems. We don't have a grudge against Nintendo, but it has earned any slams or praise we've printed, as if Sega, TTI, Atari, and any other company VG&CE talks about. That's a pretty, honest answer to a letter from someone who really loves Nintendo, which I understand. Yeah, it's good that they print, bad stuff and they respond to it honestly. Tip sheet. What do we have tips for? Bart Simpson Escape from Clamp Deadly for Game Boy. Oh, who cares? Out of This World. That's fine. Oh, that's it? That was the one page? One page, okay. Bits. Industry layoffs. Facing mounting development costs, project delays on a softening computer software market, 3 of the industry's largest publishers have restructured and laid off employees. Microprose, which had recorded sales in which had record sales in 1992, also faced record expenses as it entered the fields of role-playing games and graphic adventures. Also, to properly enter the cartridge market, Microprose needed a stronger financial base to get the necessary funding. This one-time personnel cut of 10% should make the company sufficiently attractive to bankers and potential shareholders. Strategic Simulations laid off about 20% of its 100 employees in an effort to devote all internal energies to Dark Sun, its 16-bit Dungeons & Dragons computer game that has been delayed for almost a year. Dark Sun for the SNES and the computer game M have been placed on indefinite hold, with personnel working on those projects constituting a significant portion of those let go. Sierra Online laid off 10% of its staff in all departments. The resulting $3 million in projected saving from these actions will be used to strengthen Sierra Online's entry into education and sports software, as well as for development of Sega CD and 3DO products. Trimark goes interactive. Motion picture maker and distributor Trimark Holdings, Inc. has formed a new subsidiary, Trimark Interactive, dedicated to developing and marketing video and computer games. Trimark Interactive will be headed by President Mark Armand, founder of the 2020 video chain, and Kelly Flock, former general manager of LucasArts. Trimark plans to have the video game-only stores in Southern California by the end of 1993. Rather than develop one title for all platforms, Trimark will target each game to a platform based on available demographics. For example, computer games tend to be played by a slightly older market than Sega Genesis games, which in turn are used by older players than SNES games. Trimark hopes to have 1 computer title and 3 cartridge games, divided between Genesis and SNES, released by Christmas 1993. Okay. In an effort to provide authenticity to the jet ski portion of its Caribbean Kawasaki Challenge, developer GameTech sent the team to the Caribbean islands. Photographer Dominic Martin and GameTech developer Steve Curran visited Bimini, Treasure Cay, Nassau, Great Abaco, and Freeport during the 5-day shoot. This is not interesting news. The U.S. Supreme Court has refused to hear Nintendo's appeal on the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. The U.S. Supreme Court has refused to hear Nintendo's appeal on the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals decision that the game Genie did not violate Copyright Act of 1976, which protects patent and copyright orders from derivative works. Like, this is news, but it's not telling me what it means, which is that the game Genie will still be sold. Turbo Technology Inc. has dropped its 900 hint line and replaced it with a new customer service and game tip line at 310-337-6916. Replay Magazine. Babbage's gives the same list to everybody, it seems. Top PC games. Ultimate Underworld 2. Oh, we just got Ultimate Underworld 1. Wing Commander we have. That's cool. We have King's Quest 4. It looks like 6 is the most recent one. US Gold has implemented 2 hint options for flashback to Quest for Identity. Consumers may call their hint line at 900-288 game, 85 cents a minute. And they also order flashback to Quest for Identity strategy guide through the hint line. Probably cheaper. Like, if you stay on the phone for 10 minutes, that's more expensive than just buying the strategy guide, huh? VG&CE replayed Things That Might Have Been. June 1991. It sounded like the plot to a sitcom about a love triangle gone bad. Sony announced at a Consumer Electronics show that it was working with Nintendo to produce the PlayStation, an entertainment unit which was the SNES with a Sony CD-ROM. Next day, the apparently two-time Nintendo said it was working with Philips Electronics to develop CD-ROM technology for the SNES, and emphatically stated that this unit would not be compatible with the PlayStation. Nintendo ended the confusion about a year later by putting a CD-ROM drive on hold, citing vague reasons regarding the technology. June 1987. Mattel Inc. announced that it was developing a compact video disc game machine. Working in conjunction with SOCS Research Inc., the company would only reveal that the as-of-yet unnamed system combined CD technology and computer software. Not only that, light signals transmitted from the screen would activate specially designed toys and other devices placed nearby. This was to be the toys company re-entry into the video gaming market after the early 1980s when it played a major role with its Intellivision unit. June 1984. In an attempt to reverse a dramatic downturn in the sales of its home computer line, Atari Inc. said at the CES it would produce a new computer towards year's end. The machine was not named nor shown publicly, only to software developers, but early catalogs listed it as the 1400 XLD. It featured a built-in disk drive, internal modem, 64K RAM, and a speech synthesis chip. Impressive as it was for the time, the computer was simply too much too late for the ailing video game pioneer. Having experienced losses in excess of $500 million for the previous year, it was already the beginning of the end for Atari Inc. June 1983. Where do video games go when they die? To Candyman Sales Inc. If ever there was a sign of video games' demise, it was at CES, where this one company boasted its inventory of 4.5 million Atari 2600 game cartridges. Candyman acquired titles such as Frankenstein's Monsters and Other Vit Turkeys from the fun game companies Data Age and US Games. The remainder cartridges were then sold for under $10. Somewhat paradoxically, the Candyman vice president told the Washington Post, "This is the last straw for a lot of these businesses. This is a terrific show. I'm doing a good business." I don't understand if these are just look backs at things, but there really isn't a follow-up to them, like what happened. Ooh, well, for the Genesis. That's a cool piece of art. This is a painting that someone drew. Easter egg hunt. These are tips and tricks. Okay. Yeah. Game Genie codes. Bar Strikes Back for NES. Star Fox. Echo the Dolphin. Yeah, nothing interesting here. NBA Jam. Coin Op. Street Fighter 2 Coin Op. Street Fighter 2 for the Super NES. This tip sent in by Chris Connolly of East Quogi, New York. Seems more like a programming bug than a legitimate Easter egg, but the results sure are interesting. Chris reports that if you select option mode from the main menu and simply press start to return to the title screen, repeating this process 27 times, you'll be able to fight for one round with no timer or energy bars at the top of the screen in either the one-player or VS mode. All music and sound effects will be disabled too. The game will lock up when the winner of the first round goes into his or her victory stance, so you'll have to reset the machine after one round. Strange, but true. Our testers have discovered that continuing to choose option mode after the 27 try will eventually crash the game, causing strange glitches to appear. Bunch of game engine codes for Street Fighter 2. Video game previews. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Oh, this one looks good. Finally, Nintendo's hugely popular Zelda series of action-adventure epic comes to the small screen. As the fourth chapter in the continuing saga of the charismatic, pointy-eared warrior, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening is one of the most eagerly anticipated titles in the 3-year history of the Game Boy. The details of the game's plot have not been made available at press time. Nintendo has announced that it's a 4-megabit cartridge with the largest Game Boy map ever. The recent Super Mario Land 2 was also a 4-meg Game Boy title. Nevertheless, the Big End says The Link's Awakening will be the biggest Game Boy game ever created. Look at that fish. Whoa, look at that ghost. This looks cool. Available June? Oh man, is that out already? Oh, we should look into it. Reckoning Adventures for the Genesis. Yeah. Mario's Missing. Again, let's look at it. First title in a planned series of 5 Mario Bros. Edutainment products from the software Toolworks, Mario's Missing will also be released on CD-ROM for PC compatibles in July and on disc for the Macintosh in October. A disc-based PC version was released in '92. In the game, the main characters from Nintendo's popular Mario Bros. Saga are transplanted from Mario World to the real world when Bowser and the Koopas abduct the pizza-eating plumber. The player controls Luigi as he explores the world with his globulator and learns about geography, cultural diversity, and navigation while searching for his lost brother. That still sounds very lame. The Incredible Game Gear, whatever. The Punisher and Coin Up. Fully licensed from Marvel Comics, this one-player or two-player side-scroller features plenty of muscle, gunfire, and comic book-style sound effects. The kind you can see, bam, pow! After a nifty introduction sequence recaps the character's origin, the Punisher leaps into action, and shoots his way through an army of human and mechanical enemies on his way to do battle with the Kingpin of Crime. Joined in a two-player game by perennial S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Nick Fury, the Punisher does show some decorum during the game by not drawing his gun until a bad guy shoots at him first. With bonus rounds and boss characters aplenty, Capcom's The Punisher should be arriving at your neighborhood arcade any day now. Whoa, look at that. That's badass. Video game reviews. Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition for the Genesis. Sound 8, graphics 9, playability 9, overall 9. Well, I've played it and I still can't believe it. Street Fighter 2, the game that administers CPR to the sagging coin-up biz and sold Super NES machines to 1,000 of beat-em-up fanatics, has finally been crunched into a 16-megabit Genesis cartridge. Not surprisingly, it's a damn fine version of the Champion Edition arcade game, with special features and improvements that can't be found in a Super Nintendo Street Fighter 2 cartridge. A one-on-one fighting game for 1 or 2 players, Street Fighter 2 struck a resounding chord with gamers all over the world, and it did so with nothing more than brief glimpses of the personalities of its 8 characters and an amazing network of kids trading secrets about special attacks and combination moves. The updated Champion Edition adds some new features, including some equalization of the fighter's strength and weaknesses, and allowed players to control the 4 previously inaccessible boss characters. The good news is that a wonderfully playable version of Street Fighter 2. The controls are just as responsive as any other incarnation, and the action is very quick, even quicker than the unmodified SNES games with regard to certain attacks. Though the coin-op's drum-beating bonus stage is missing, the barrel-busting bonus round is intact. Certain characters appear to have additional animation frames not seen in the Super NES games, among other subtleties, like the bloody VS letters on the pre-fight matchup screen of the 2-frame animation of certain characters during the continued countdown. Chun-Li's Neckbreaker Champion Edition move is here, as are E Honda's moving 100-hand slap and Zangief's moving spinning clothesline. In general, the game's graphics are excellent. If you expected the on-screen color limitations of the Genesis hardware to lessen the impact of the Street Fighter II experience, you're in for a pleasant surprise. Now for the bad news. Try to take this information with a grain of salt, as Capcom insists that the prototype copy used for this review was only 85% complete. Even with significant improvements, the game's collection of sound effects is sure to be singled out as a weak spot, particularly when compared to the Super NES game. Most of the punches and kicks are accompanied by annoyingly harsh whooshing sounds, and the sampling rate of the digitized voice effects is not fast enough to prevent serious static. At press time, the prototype did not feature stereo music, though the thunderous drum sounds are mighty impressive. Here's a great tidbit for trivia fans. Not many folks are aware of the fact that the Coin-Op Champion Edition game appeared in this country before it was released in Japan, and that the Japanese version features one special attack that was not seen on these shores until Capcom unleashed the Turbo Champion Edition, also known as the Hyper Fighting Edition, Coin-Op late last year. It is a variation on Balrog's Turn Punch that takes away an incredible 50% of your opponent's health meter. That sounds overpowered. To pull it off, you must hold all 3 punch buttons, or all 3 kick buttons, for 50 seconds, then release them. I mention this because the move does appear in the Genesis Champion Edition, and hardcore gamers are expected to offer this as proof that the Genesis card includes a hidden Easter egg that will change the game into the newer Turbo Edition. If you thought the SNES boss code rumor was a pain in the neck, prepare yourself for a whole year of turbo code rumors. By now, readers should be aware that Sega's new 6-button control pad is on the way, and a redesigned, different color, Genesis-compatible version of Capcom's own Street Fighter Power Stick will also be available. But what about those who don't upgrade from the standard 3-button Genesis pad? Here's how the 3-button controls have been handled, and I think it's pretty logical. The configuration screen allows you to assign punch or kick functions to the A, B, and C buttons, with the 3 remaining functions set up as alternates. During a battle, you can toggle between the 3 main functions and the 3 alternate functions by tapping the Start button. The 3-button system makes it difficult to execute certain combination moves, but it works surprisingly well. Unfortunately, this ties up the Start button, which explains why the prototype cartridge I reviewed had no pause feature. All things considered, I'm happy to report that Street Fighter II Champion Edition for the Genesis is good enough to stand tall in the face of skepticism, and it holds up extremely well when compared to the legions of fighting games that have been introduced for home game systems during the past year. With all of the Champion Edition extras, boss control, new backgrounds, revised attacks, it's definitely the home game of choice for Street Fighter fans. That is, until Capcom releases the Super NES version of Street Fighter II Turbo Champion Edition. Editor's Corner, 8998. I guess these are different editors. Andy noted that while the audio was disappointing, it's nice to see Genesis Odor is included in the Street Fighter II Rage. This says it's well deserving of legend status. Oh, Bluster Master 2. Oh, just a 6 across the board? Editor's Corner likes it a bit much. 5 years ago, Jason defeated the plutonium boss in the radioactive mutants, and now he must save the Earth from more malevolent beings. The invaders are in the form of lightning and are burrowing their way towards the planet's core in order to shift the planet's axis and bring about orbital dismay. The multi-terrain vehicle Jason used to defeat the enemy in the last Blaster Master adventure, Sophia, was destroyed by the new enemy, and its parts have been used to build their weapons. Jason simply puts together another more powerful Sophia and takes off to the mountain region to defeat this new alien onslaught. Blaster Master 2 is played from 3 vantage points. The small side view of Sophia 2, or Jason traveling through the land, an overhead view of the vehicle moving over the surroundings, and a larger size side view where the player controls Jason himself against the boss, creature, or a machine. The object is to destroy all attackers and take back the parts of the original Sophia. Power-up icons can be found that augment Sophia 2's offensive and defensive capabilities. Special weapons for Jason must be won by defeating boss characters encountered in the 7 levels of play. Welcome back to 1988, folks. Blaster Master 2 on the Genesis will remind many of the original game, not only in gameplay but in looks as well. The graphics are in the whiz-bang large-size characters to which Genesis players have become accustomed, especially in a side-view platform title. But they're not bad either, an improvement, of course, over the 8-bit NES. The same can be said for the sound. Not bad or irritating, just not the kind of high-production stuff that Genesis aficionados hear from even the lesser-quality titles. Blaster Master 2 makes somewhat of a mark with its play, even though it is on the easy side. The idea of having Jason sometimes come out of Sophia 2 to kill the bad guys, instead of always doing it from inside the vehicle, is keen. It's a gimmick that works okay, but seems underutilized, as the game is merely all about shooting the enemy. With its 3 game screen viewpoints and the Jason inside Sophia 2 and Jason outside Sophia 2 mechanic, Blaster Master 2 feels like a straightforward platform shooter with an over-conceptualized format. But if the creative energy had been invested in the graphics and sound instead, when you get down to it, does it really matter how many more game-playing points of view there are? It's like watching an over-edited action film. You're presented with a barrage of angles when one view of the slaughter will do as well. Howard 1. Super Turrican. Oh, we saw an ad for this one. This is the Super NES version. Pretty good, it seems. As you may or may not know, I'm currently undergoing psychotherapy to recover from reviewing the painfully bad Universal Soldier, an offshoot of the 1990 computer game Turrican in the February issue. Imagine then my disbelief when Super Turrican arrived on my doorstep. Gee, Chris must really hold a grudge, I thought. Just because I told him he looks kind of like Olaf in The Lost Vikings doesn't mean he has to give me crummy games to review. I was in for a major surprise. Super Turrican is awesome. Instead of taking accolades' flawed approach of converting Turrican with little or no enhancement, Seika hired Factor 5, the original designers of Turrican, and had them reprogram the game from the ground up. The result? Awesome graphics, killer sound, solid gameplay, all in a mere 4 megabit cartridge. Let's drift past the yawn-inducing storyline. The planet Caracas has been taken over by alien forces and it's your job to destroy them, and go right to the gameplay. You control a Turrican assault suit armed with a powerful gun, line zappers, smart bombs, and a lightning whip, a beam weapon that freezes enemies and reveals hidden blocks. The suit can also turn into a power wheel and spin through narrow tunnels to find hidden areas. There are plenty of items to find, such as 3 types of weapon with 4 power levels each, hidden blocks filled with power-ups, diamonds worth points, and 1-ups. Super Turrican has 13 levels. Actually just 12. The 13th level is the final boss, separated into 4 stages of play. Each stage is set in a different locale. Stage 1 is outdoors, Stage 2 is inside an alien factory, Stage 3 is the dreaded ice stage, and Stage 4 is inside the alien stronghold. Besides the usual alien hordes, each stage presents its own unique dangers. For example, lightning bolts streak from the sky on Stage 1, and alien face huggers clamp onto your suit on Stage 4. At the end of each stage, a status screen appears to tell you how many diamonds and extra lives you collected and how many you missed. This nice touch gives an incentive to replay each stage. I know I'm gonna find that 10th extra life somewhere. And fixes one of Turrican's biggest flaws. There were so many hidden items that you never knew if you'd found them all. Now you know. The graphics are as colorful and vibrant as you'll ever see on the Super Nintendo. The backgrounds, the enemy sprites, everything looks drop-dead gorgeous. The sound effects and music are also brilliant, with samples aplenty, especially like the crystal clear piano chords, and Dolby Surround sound capability, a feature I'm hoping and praying will appear in more Super Nintendo games. Factor 5, stand up and take a bow. You have restored honor to the tarnished Turrican name and created a fantastic platform game with jaw-dropping graphics and sound. Just one request. Is there anything that in your contract that allows you to stop the designers of Universal Soldier before they design again? Zach Messon. The editors give it 8988. Do you think it's a quality Turrican game? It's pretty short. So this is probably another good rental. Sherlock Holmes ad, we've seen them this morning. Ooh, Battletoads Double Dragon for the NES. Ooh. I thought I'm gonna have to check the EGM again at home, but I thought they thought it was not good. These guys seem to think it's very good. Remember the old glory days of the NES? Back when there was only one Super Mario Bros. Game and Acclaim and LGN were two different companies, and when Tengen and Camerica were still Nintendo licensees? At that time, the killer NES game, the one every kid on the block wanted to own, was Trade West's Double Dragon, based on the Technos coin-op. A few years later, Trade West struck gold again with Battletoads, an action-packed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles spoof that took a unique life of its own. Combining the best qualities of these two classics has given us Battletoads Double Dragon, the Ultimate Team, a tremendously entertaining beat-em-up. I dare say that this is about as good as a game can get on the NES. The gameplay is superb, the difficulty level is well balanced, and the characters are among the most popular ever created specifically for a video game. The amount of graphic detail in the game is stunning, doubly so when you consider the fact that it's an 8-bit title. Almost every character and item casts a shadow on the ground, and there are numerous stages in which there are planes and background graphics that move at different speeds. Check out the first boss character, Abobo. Instead of bursting through the wall the way he did in the original Double Dragon, here he rapidly punches away little chunks of a door in the space station. Meanwhile, the hero's jaws drop and their eyes bulge out as they see the door being pulverized from the top down. Oh, this screenshot. Defeat Abobo and your last punch will knock him out of the space station and off the screen, but you'll see him drift through the stars in the background a few seconds later. This attention to detail is what makes the original Battletoads and Double Dragon games such a hit, and it's one of the biggest reasons why the Ultimate Team works so well. The only thing that's keeping this game from earning a rock-solid 10 in the graphics department is the persistent flickering of objects and parts of characters' bodies. Granted, this is a hardware problem, the aging NES can only handle a certain amount of detail before it gets stretched to its limit, but the original Battletoads did a better job of mimicking flicker. The special attacks are another indicator of the talent and creativity of Rare Limited, the game's designer. Unlike the secret moves in Street Fighter II, all of the attacks that can be performed by Rash, Zitz, Pimple, Billy, and Jimmy Lee are available with a simple press of the B button. There is no need to memorize an entire library of control pad commands, since the special attacks change throughout the game depending on which stage you're in, what type of enemy you're fighting, etc. Finally, it would be a crime not to mention the game's meaty soundtrack, which punctuates the jittery music with digitized punching and kicking sounds that are much more powerful than any stock thump that the NES sound chip is capable of generating on its own. So there will be a 16-bit version of Battletoads Double Dragon The Ultimate Team for the Genesis and Super NES, possibly by the end of the year. It's great to see Rare and Trade West supporting the NES by issuing this 8-bit version first. Roughly 60% of VG&CE's readership owns an NES machine, and for the 40% who don't, this game is a great excuse to pick one up. Editor's Corner 9998. A tad slow, but the detail was wonderful. Oh. It's gotta go on the list. Battletoads, Double Dragon, NES. Meaner bosses than in your last job. Lords of Thunder. Oh, this looks like a shoot 'em up. Weird one though. Cool. Oh, Tasmania. This magazine is so much better because it has very extensive reviews of these things. 7977. Tasmania is a driving game with two bizarre twists. Instead of a car, you control Taz the Tasmanian Devil, and instead of trying to win races, you're trying to catch up to several cute little kiwi birds and eat them within a tight time limit. Taz doesn't really eat the birds, just stores them in his tummy. They fly out of his mouth at the end of each level, seemingly unfazed by Taz's digestive juices. Taz is a multi-talented devil. He can run down the road, screech to a halt, jump into the air, throw a tantrum, useless but amazing to watch, or use his frenetic tornado spin, which gives him a tremendous burst of speed and allows him to destroy roadside objects. He also has a limited amount of energy, and there are plenty of dangers on the road. Cars and buses speed through the countryside, the buses stay on the side of the road, but the cars intentionally swerve at Taz in an attempt to hit and run. The sides of the road are lined with signs, trees, and other solid objects. When Taz hits or is hit by something, you have to jiggle the control pad up and down to shake off the impact and start running again. The dangers are limited to inanimate objects. When the T-Wolf jumps on Taz's back and covers his eyes, the screen is blocked by Wendell's hands until Taz shakes him off. The Tasmanian she-devil chases down Taz and smothers him with kisses. Is that a mom? I think it's his mom. I don't know if we've seen the show before, but this looks like his mom. Axel and Bull Gator try to capture Taz in a net. Not everyone on the road is out to stop Taz. Didgeridingo putt-putts along in a scooter and holds out Acme packages for Taz to open. These packages randomly hold energy-restoring food, good items, rock skates, spring shoes, and bad items, dynamite, bear traps. Tasmania is generally fun, but there are some problems. The biggest one is that the gameplay gets mighty repetitive. You run, you eat birds, you run some more, you eat some more birds. New obstacles appear after every few levels, but the simplistic gameplay remains unchanged. The difficulty level is a bit too high. You only have 3 lives, and enemies in the later levels can kill you instantly, which means a lot of tedious replaying to return to where you were before. The game desperately needs passwords, an adjustable difficulty level, or more lives. Also, going over hills is very disorienting. You lose sight of the road ahead of you, which makes it all too easy to get flattened by a car you didn't see coming. The gameplay has flaws, yet the graphics are flawless. Taz is a perfectly animated sprite, and the Mode 7 roadway is superb. If looks could kill, Tasmania would be deadly. The sound and music are good, but definitely outclassed by the visuals. With a slightly reduced difficulty level and a few gameplay tweaks, Tasmania would have been great. As it is, it's merely good. Advanced gamers and cartoon freaks should definitely check it out. Other players might want to consider a more conventional driving game. 8879 for the editor's corner, though. I don't know, it doesn't... Looking at the screens, I can see how repetitive it is. But maybe it's fun to play. I don't know if John gets to rent it one day and we might play it together. Shadowrun. I've seen him in Game Pro. What is Game Pro? I'm gonna need to check that out here next time. Sega CD making music? That's weird. Batman Returns for the Super NES. Ooh, yes. Merely by donning a black cape and a cowl, Konami has managed to strike fear into the hearts of competitors by releasing Batman Returns for the SNES. Fans of scrolling punch-em-ups will be instantly comfortable with the game, which is basically a typical slugorama that captures the atmosphere of the film perfectly. Though non-animated stills and photographic portraits of the characters, the game makes a cursory attempt to summarize the plot of the film. It'll hopelessly confuse those 3 people who haven't seen the movie. We then proceed directly to the streets of Gotham, where the Penguin's nightmarish circus cronies immediately set forth punching, crushing, blasting, and torching Batman. Or is it the Batman? The 7 levels of action, which are playable at any of the 5 different skill modes, take place against horizontally scrolling backgrounds, some of the most elaborate seen to date for the SNES. A couple of levels, though, only hold some surprises. One takes place in a vertically scrolling elevator, like the Genesis game Shadow Dancer. And another is a race in the Batmobiles you shoot at motorcyclists who attempt to destroy a vein. Very occasionally, you must use your Batarang to scale walls or swing over chasms, but these exceptions are to the general straightforward assortment of punches and kicks. There are about a half dozen basic moves, plus at least a dozen variations, including some very satisfying moves in which you grasp an enemy by the collar in finest Batman style, pick him up and either mash him against the wall, toss him to the floor, or crack his head into the head of another foe held in the other hand. You've also got a couple of weapons up your utility belt. The Batarang can be thrown repeatedly, and you start out with 3 test tubes of explosive that blast all the enemies on the screen. There are the usual bonuses. Hearts to extend your lifeline, extra lives, extra explosives, extra points. You'll need everything you can find even on the easy level. The game is extremely tough. The Catwoman and Penguin, who make frequent appearances as end-of-level bosses, can easily eat up a whole game's worth of lives. You get from 3 to 7 depending on what you've set. But 3 continues are provided. The 5 skill levels all have different endings, but the endings all consist of a single still screen. No doubt this excites those Street Fighter 2 fans who are willing to play through the whole game just to hear one of the characters say an extra word or wink at you. Speaking of sounds, the effects are too repetitive, but the music is the best I've heard in a non-CD video game. Haunting and tense with very little synthesizer feel, the music is one reason the game is still atmospheric. The bold, detailed graphics are as dark as sinister as the movie itself. Altogether, Batman Returns may offer run-of-the-mill gameplay, but it's also difficult, visually exciting, and musically impressive. A very above-average punch-em-up with as much playability as, say, Streets of Rage 2 on the Genesis. Lots of similarity with Final Fight. That doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. Do we have it on the list already? Yeah. TurboGrafx 16 with CD. Oh, that's funny. This looks like Final Fight. That's a fine game. Cool spot for the Genesis. We don't have the Genesis, so that's fine. Basis loaded. American Gladiators for the Super NES and the Sega Genesis. The American Gladiator is a collection of ex-professional jocks and bodybuilders making their move from syndicated television to your video game console. Available for both the SNES and the Genesis, each version of the game features the following events. Assault. 5 barricades set up on a playing field. Make your way to each one and shoot the various tennis ball-firing weapons at a target above the Gladiator at the opposite end of the field within a 60-second time limit. Make your way to each barricade and shoot the various tennis ball-firing weapons as the target above the Gladiator at the opposite end of the field within a 20 seconds limit. I think this should say at a target above the Gladiator. But, okay. Joust. You and the Gladiator try to knock each other off small elevated platform by swinging pugil sticks at one another. That must be this one. The wall. You have 40 seconds to race your opponent up a 30-foot wall. Gladiators will follow you and try to pull you off the wall. This must be this one. Atmosphere. Climb inside a 7-foot sphere and try to roll over the center of 4 targets, keeping your opponents from scoring and avoiding the gladiators who attempt to thwart you both. Not sure, I don't think that one is pictured. Powerball. You have 45 seconds to put as many soccer balls as you can into bins in the playing field. The gladiators will do everything they can to keep you and your opponent from scoring. The Eliminator. In the final event, you must race your opponent up a treadmill, crank a hand bike across a 30-foot chasm, cross a balance beam while dodging swinging bags, skill an 18-foot cargo net, fly down a 110-foot zip wire, jump over several hurdles, and finally sprint to the finish line, brushing aside any gladiators who may stand in your way. The Super Nintendo card features an extra event, the Human Cannonball, where you attempt to knock a gladiator off a platform by swinging from a rope and crashing into him. The event shows off the Super Nintendo Mode 7 scaling with its first-person perspective. The SNES had the Genesis in the graphics department with slightly sharper details on the playfields and nice digitized pictures of the gladiators during the introduction, but overall the graphics are pretty weak for both versions. Both have decent music, but the SNES version doesn't have any sound effects. The action was also noticeably slower in the SNES version, which hampers playability. The main problem with American Gladiators is that the events are too easy to master and too short to keep anyone interested. Neither version featured any options to increase the level of difficulty of challenge. This might be a fun game for a party since play mechanics are easy to learn and the tournament mode supports up to 8 players, but solo players should definitely stay away. Not good. Super Ninja Boy. What? Oh, this looks... Oh. Not good, huh? These days, software shelves are loaded with role-playing games for the Super NES. Unfortunately, most of these games are clones of other successful titles. Almost all follow the typical worn-out role-playing formula. The player explores the countryside looking for towns and battling creatures in order to increase his level and earn cash. After earning a certain number of experience points, the player is strong enough to enter new areas, all of which look suspiciously similar to areas already explored. When Super Ninja Boy begins, it looks like yet another in this long line of role-playing clones. But once you get deeper into Ninja Boy's world, you realize that maybe this game is, after all, a bit different. Yes, in Super Ninja Boy, you still have to trek across an overhead view map, finding your way through mountains, forests, countryside, and oceans, always on the lookout for caves to explore and towns in which to rest and gather clues. Along the way, as is typical in role-playing video games, You're attacked incessantly by various types of creatures, all bent on removing you from your quest. But where Super Ninja Boy differs is in the action sequences. Unlike the typical role-playing game, where combat is turn-oriented, requiring you to select commands for each turn, in Super Ninja Boy the combat is carried out arcade-style. Your on-screen character can jump, punch, throw, and attack with various kinds of weapons, all in real time. This action helps make the incessant fighting a little more tolerable, since it's not anywhere near as meticulous as the turn-oriented variety. In other parts of the game, you'll find jump-and-shoot arcade sequences. These sequences, which are usually tests you must complete in order to attain some sort of reward, have you fighting dangerous creatures while trying to make heroic leaps and gather treasures from the bonus boxes scattered throughout the game. The bonus boxes, which appear in most of the action scenes, contain various rewards and power-ups, including cash and magic points. To empty a bonus box, you must first punch it to release a question mark cloud. Then to get the box's content, you must punch the cloud before it floats away. Because all this punching takes place during combat, it can often be a tricky task to collect your rewards. As you explore the countryside, you'll discover that caves that may contain labyrinths to explore, or may hide still other games to play. One cave, for example, contains a Jenkin game, the old scissor, paper, and stone game, in which, if you defeat the cave's occupant 3 times, you will collect items that you'd otherwise have to buy from the shop. If Super Ninja Boy has a weakness, it's the poor job done on the translation of the game's text from the original Japanese to English. Sometimes the dialogue between you and other characters makes no sense and contains misspelling. Awkward grammar, too, abounds, yielding such lines as, "I got excited at him." There is really little excuse for such poor translation in a product that the public is expected to pay $50 or more for. All in all, though, Super Ninja Boy is a reasonably good action role-playing game that, while it doesn't exactly break new grounds, does combine the standard elements of the other game genres to come up with something a little off the beaten track. Mike and Dave both complained about the overuse of Mode 7 effects, and he said the combat brought the game down and Chris just felt it was poorly programmed. Sad. So, not great. Probably not worth the rental. There's so much better games. This is an RPG for the Genesis. A Player's Guide to Gods. There are plenty of platform puzzle games around, but not quite like Gods, which was a big hit with computer games and is now available on both the Super NES and Sega Genesis. In this challenging quest, you must make your way past 4 levels of tricky puzzles through adversaries and maze-like corridors. Oh, this is like a Nintendo Power style feature. I don't know what this game is, but... well, giving it a go. Okay, this is about Game Boy. Oh, how's the Battletoads for Game Boy? I've been a Battletoads fan since day one, since Trade West showed up at the Winter Consumer Electronics Show in January of '91 with an incredible hot 8-bit NES game created by Rare Limited in the UK. More than just a Double Dragon clone, the Toads took fighting games fearlessly into the future, with a perfect balance between beat-em-up action and hilariously animated cartoon silliness. The original Game Boy version of Battletoads was completely changed from the NES game, with different scenarios and a new plot, but apparently somebody at Rare decided that the first adventure was worth porting over to the Game Boy verbatim. Hence, this new old title, Battletoads in Ragnarok's World. It's a note-for-note recreation of the first NES game. Honestly, aside from the obvious lack of color, the only difference worth mentioning is the fact that Ragnarok Worlds is a one-player game, with Rash as the only feature Battletoad. The graphics may be a little too crunched. That is, I think I would have preferred a reduction on the level of detail in order to make it easier to see objects and enemies on the Game Boy screen. But the art and animation are excellent, as is the soundtrack. The thing that makes the game so great is the abundance of little touches that most designers don't bother to include in the game. From the hilariously exaggerated punches and kicks to the space invaders who swoop down to physically steal chunks of your life meter, it's a solid adventure with maximum replay value. Sure, it would have been nice if Battletoads in Ragnarok's World had been an all-new game from start to finish. Judging its own merits, though, it's one terrific game that'll bring a smile to your face and a blister to your thumb. Those who are looking for all-new Battletoads adventure will find good news in this issue's video game review section. Let's hope that Battletoads Double Dragon The Ultimate Team won't take as long to make the jump to the portable scene. Scores: Sound 9, Graphics 8, Playability 9, overall 9. Oh, that's the Star Trek game again. 7999. The arrival of Paramount's licensed Game Boy title really caused a buzz in the VG&CE offices. We're all Star Trek fans to a certain extent, though I'll admit to being more interested in the original series than in the Next Generation, or the new Deep Space Nine saga. With little fanfare, Absolute has delivered a first-rate Star Trek The Next Generation cartridge that artfully caters to fans of the show, but the real beauty of the game is that it doesn't really require any knowledge of the TV show or the universe in which it takes place. In the guise of an advanced holodeck tutorial, the game presents a series of missions that must be completed in order to advance through the Starfleet ranks. From the captain's chair of the USS Enterprise, you'll converse with the crew members who are in charge of each of the ship's systems, from LaForge Engineering to O'Brien in the transporter room. Here's a typical mission scenario. An ambassador from Altair 6 must prevent a war on planet Catan. Reads the text and unfolds beneath the close-up of Jean-Luc Picard. The ambassador is currently aboard the USS Monitor, he continues, his eyes blinking as he speaks. Incredibly, Picard's assignments are totally random. You get a different mission each time you turn the Game Boy on, with increasing levels of difficulty as you earn passwords to record your progress. In this case, your first priority is to choose a warp speed and tell Lieutenant Commander Data to set a course for Altair 6. Suddenly, Lieutenant Worf informs you that intruders have been detected aboard the Enterprise. You must work with the transporter room to locate the intruder and beam them off the ship, then find the monitor and beam the ambassador aboard, all while keeping an eye on fuel, life support system, and repairs in progress. Many of the Enterprise's functions are represented as an arcade-style action sequence. Pilot the ship through target matrices to establish a stable planetary orbit, try to pinpoint moving objects on a grid in the transporter, route energy through a circuit board to repair system, etc. There are also first-person space battle scenarios for combat simulation fanatics. Sharp graphics and long-term playability are the keys here, as the shuffling of planet names and locations gives the illusion of an even greater number of possible missions. A creatively designed, skillfully programmed video game experience, Star Trek The Next Generation does Absolute proud by delivering Game Boy cartridge with a depth of gameplay that characterizes the best 16-bit adventures, even those with color graphics and 4 times the memory capacity. Yeah, but it sounds like all repetitive and boring. I don't know Star Trek, so yeah. Firepower 2000. Super Slapshot. Oh, we're done computer games. Okay. Street Fighter 2 for the Amiga. Okay, so does it matter? I guess I don't know enough about it if it matters. Well, there's Super Street Fighter 2 for the Amiga. I know we have a PC, so I should read those. Doom. Not very many people would call Wolfenstein 3D winner of 3 VG&CE awards primitive, but not everyone is ID's Jay Wilbur. Like the French groundbreaking developers Delphine, id isn't satisfied to rehash the same game. Instead, it had pulled out the NEXT to create an even more detailed, faster-moving, and most importantly, ultra-violent adventure called Doom. Doom is the adventure of 4 soldiers caught in an interdimensional war. In other words, it's guns and monsters. Not only are the guns bigger and better, but they also illuminate dark passages when fired. Too dark? Besides Doom featuring the true 3D effects, the game also features variable lighting controls. Owner of slower machines who had to shrink the Wolfenstein window will be happy to learn that Doom will be faster than everyone's favorite SS Slaughter game. High-end machines, meanwhile, will display faster frame-rated movies or televisions. Not for anyone susceptible of movie sickness. Cool. Quarter pole. Oh, this is just about horse racing? With little effort, any serious gambler can find plenty of computer simulations of his favorite vice. That is, if the vice is cards or dice. But what about the pony players? Few, if any, attempts at horse racing simulations have managed to integrate the atmosphere of the racing track, statistical detail of the racing form, and the unpredictability of a sport requiring the coupling of 2 unrelated species aiming for a common goal. Microleague, the company that made statistical baseball enjoyable for non-number freaks, is tackling horse racing with quarter pole. promising to be part adventure and part role-playing game, as well as betting simulator. Quarter Pole will take players to the stables, jockey lounge, and track commissioner's office. All that will be missing is the aroma of chipped cigars and fresh manure. Rules of engagement. Ooh, this looks like an even nerdier game. Most games can get an award for someone from something, but very few are honored by Newsweek, as was Rules of Engagement in 1991. Now, Omnitrend and Impressions have produced a sequel to their real-time space combat game, Rules of Engagement 2. Players of Rules 2 will act as fleet commander overseeing numerous ship captains, each composed of a mixture of 18 personality traits. Rules 2 also has options for creating customized scenarios and starships. Part of Omnitrend's interlocking game system, Rules of Engagement 2 will also be able to load and run Breach 2 and future Breach 3 scenarios during the game. Yeah, that looks too intense for me at this point. Some pinball. That's fine. Ooh, Prince of Persia 2. What is this for? MS-DOS version? Oh, so it's out. Okay. Oof, that's gonna be a tough one. Pretty expensive. Requires 10 megahertz to 86 or faster machine. Hard drive and VGA. Okay, yeah, we should be good. Let's add it to the question mark list. Prince of Persia 2 MS-DOS. X-Wing, the Farlander Papers, LucasArts Games. Whoa. I'm not a big fan of flight simulators for several good reasons. They're ridiculously complicated, they take forever to master the keyboard controls, and the game's manual is usually bigger than Webster's third new international dictionary. Fortunately, the much-anticipated X-Wing is one of the few exceptions. X-Wing places you behind the controls of either an X, A, or Y-Wing Rebel starfighter. When the game begins, you're aboard the flagship Independence. The ship serves as the centerpiece of the game, where all game and all missions are available. After registering a pilot or creating a new one, you are allowed to enter the ship's starport. Once in the starport, you can select Pilot's Proving Ground. Here's where you can learn to fly and maneuver any one of the 3 starfighters. After selecting a ship, you enter an obstacle course composed of gates and targets, which must be completed within an allotted amount of time. There are 3 levels to the course, and if you finish all 3, you receive a flight badge for this particular craft you excel in. In fact, you receive flight badges, battle patches, combat awards, and rank advances depending on your performance throughout the game. You're able to inspect these merits by viewing your uniform. Believe it or not, the simple feature gives the good feeling that you've actually accomplished something, especially when you see a new medal or pin presented to you in an award ceremony. Entering the historical combat room lets you recreate some of the most famous historical engagements with Imperial forces. 6 missions per starfighter are available, for a total of 18 different historical missions. After you feel like you've gained enough practice, you can begin a tour of duty. There are 3 tours of duty with 12 missions that must be completed to finish the game. All of the missions, whether historical or tour of duty, are preceded by a briefing. Here you are given technical representation of your mission and its objectives. X-Wing's graphics are perfectly detailed. The amount of attention paid to each spaceship minutiae is near perfection. But you do need a 46 IBM PC in order to realize the potential of the game's graphics without detracting from the speed of the action. Options are available that let you change the graphic detail setting, so if your machine doesn't have the horsepower, you can still play without losing too much in terms of gameplay. Long cinematic sequences lace all of the mission action together. If you have enough memory and a soundboard, there's digitized speech that goes along with these sequences. They're entertaining to watch the first couple of times in playing the game, but they become somewhat of an annoyance shortly thereafter. Fortunately, there's an option that lets you shut them off when you get bored with them. Some of the other tidbits that were thrown into the game are a tech room and a film room. Entering the tech room lets you view technical specifications of ships and starfighters. You can select a ship that you want to view via the control panel, and a hologram schematic pops up with all sorts of info. The film room lets you view footage shot with your ship's camera while on a mission. It offers a standard playback and view options found in this type of game feature, but it goes one step further. You're able to enter the simulation at the point where you started taping. X-Wing is not an easy game. There are plenty of historical and tour duty missions to go on. It isn't so difficult that you walk away with frustration, but you might find that, just before you're ready to shut off your machine in anger, you'll figure out a new strategy that will allow you to complete successfully your mission. This is part of the reason X-Wing's formula provides a solidly durable and entertaining game. If you're looking for a game with lots of action that quenches your thirst for great graphics and sound, then X-Wing is right down your alley. Ooh, this one looks really good. Add it to the birthday list. Birthday list. X-Wing. Thus. Advertiser index. Oh, so you can just mail a card and it will give you information about stuff? That's kind of weird, I guess. 12 issues, only $20. I mean, that's not nothing, but I like this game, so this magazine so far. Empire Deluxe. 8798. Oh, somebody really hates it. Didn't like it as a board game, calling it stale. A few years ago, Interstitial's Empire captured the hearts and wallets of computer wargamers everywhere. Easy to play and hard to master, Empire represented wargaming in its purest form. Today, Newer Computing and White Wolf Productions have joined forces to produce Empire Deluxe, the sequel to the venerable gaming classic. All of what made the original Empire so popular is presented in this updated version. The player must use a variety of military units, armor, naval units, planes, etc., to defend cities, explore uncharted territory, and engage the enemy in an attempt to achieve world dominance. During the Deluxe moniker, Empire Deluxe offers a wealth of new game features. 3 difficulty levels are offered. The first, Basic, is for raw recruits, while the standard level is based upon the gameplay of the original Empire. Finally, the advanced game introduces terrain effects, air bases, production specialization, and 2 new units, armor and bombers. Regardless of which difficulty level you eventually choose, the polished Windows-like interface used in Empire Deluxe allows you to easily order your pixelized minions about. Using pull-down menus, you can change the screen resolution in which the game is played, from 320x200 to 800x600 SVGA, toggle map magnification settings, and issue a wealth of specialized commands to your units. Equally impressive is Empire Deluxe's opponent options. You can match wits with computer-controlled opponents or tackle flesh-and-blood foes by taking turns at the keyboard, linking 2 computers with a serial cable, or using a modem connections. Finally, the ultimate playing options allows up to 6 human players to terminate office productivity with extreme prejudice by playing over a network. If you're curious about a certain Empire Deluxe command, you can access an online help system or delve into an excellent 175 pages manual to find answers to all your queries. While Empire Deluxe offers several pre-generated scenarios and can also generate random worlds, it includes a fully featured game editor that can be used to create customized scenarios. Using this game editor, players can recreate famous historical conflicts, from the Battle of the Marne to the Persian Gulf War. As improved as Empire Deluxe is over its progenitor, a few flaws serve to preclude the game from perfection. Scrolling about the map screen on slower 286 and 386 machines results in jerky, lurching screen movement. Selecting a lower screen resolution alleviates the problem somewhat, although not entirely. Graphics are crisp and nicely done, although somewhat sparse. I did experience a few program lockups that forced me to reboot. A little extra beta testing wouldn't have hurt. Finally, I do hope that Empire Deluxe is eventually ported to the Macintosh and the Amiga. This game is too addictive for one platform alone. Minor foibles aside, Empire Deluxe does emerge as a superlative product that should be welcomed by wargamers of all stripes. With its polished interface, built-in scenarios generators, and impressive multiplayer capabilities, and Paradox deserves shelf space in any strategy game or software library.
Oh, this one looks kooky, but also very high quality.
On the day of the eclipse, Kral, an ancient Lever sorcerer, returned from exile to get revenge upon his jailer, Okram, by becoming ruler of the Kingdom of the Blue Rocks. Ween, Okram's great-grandson, must find 3 magic grains of sand and place them in magical hourglass to seal Kral's fate. Sounds similar? Like the King's Quest series, Kuranya, and every other fantasy novel movie or game you ever read, seen, or played? Not an auspicious start immediately, but Cocktail Vision's overwhelming graphics and sound, combined with an intricate puzzle design made goblins so good, have made the graphic adventure far more advanced than any comparable game, one that even overcomes the stale storyline. The box may say Sierra Online, but the engine is pure Cocktail Vision. The most immediately noticeable improvement is that the main character appears nowhere on the screen. This means that there are none of the annoying delays as the character walks from object to object on the screen. In fact, with the sound turned off, the animation on my 386SX was as fast as fluid as on the Office Speed Demon. Adding dimension to the game is the supporting cast. The most useless, Uki and Orbi, are 2 furry midgets who never seem to do anything productive. They will gladly sing about how brilliant they are whenever you gain a grain of sand, which they subsequently lose before the game's end, and how pleased they are that people can tell them apart. More helpful is Petroid, a spirit advisor who can translate the odd inscription and occasionally, actually rarely, provide insight into an item's magical properties or a puzzle's solutions. Finally, Okram has a tamed vampire bat, Urm, to do the player's bidding. But the slobbering rodent has a voracious appetite for strawberries, which are required to work his magic tricks. Then, of course, like of cocktail puzzle games, the player is supplied with 3 jokers, though careful use of the save and load functions make the supply essentially infinite. A great boon for anyone who hates the expense of buying clue books. The graphics, as expected, are a delight. The animation is smooth, and the 3D backgrounds surpass any other adventure, with the possible exception of Dark Seed. The sound effects, as always, are also excellent, especially the chomping worms. And while the music isn't as varied as Inca's, it does have the balance of percussion and subtle flutes that becomes grating only long after most soundtracks have become intolerable. While the prophecy follows the storyline, it's basically a screen-by-screen puzzle blitz. At different points in the game, the path branches into 2 or more different puzzle sections before reconvening. Saving before choosing a path allows players to go back even after completing the game and solve more puzzles. This was an especially wise move, since stringing all of the puzzles together would have fractured an already weak storyline. The Prophecy is not the game for those who like to sit back, be told a story, and watch your $60 investment occupy 4 hours of time. But then, those types would need to spend so much time saving, loading, and using jokers that they lose sight of the story anyway. Too bad. It's a great game and a great bargain. The Prophecy would have earned high marks on graphics alone, but it's also very playable. Mike and Andy both like the comfortable interface too. Did they mean the game is 4 hours? No, it means that the puzzles can get tricky, I guess. These images are really not doing much. Like I can't tell what it looks like, but seems nice. Michael Jordan in flight. So you want to be like Mike, huh? Well, Michael Jordan in flight and a little vicarious living through your IBM PC, your dream can finally come true. This 3-on-3 half-court basketball simulation takes place in a first-person, 3-dimensional view, similar to the breakthrough card NCAA basketball. All of the players featured in the game were videotaped against a blue screen, the kind used for special effects in the movies. The footage was then digitized and superimposed on the computer-generated basketball court. The results are outstanding. You get the feeling you're controlling real players. The scaling and rotation is so fast and smooth, it also almost pulls you into your monitor. The digitized sound effects complement the realistic graphics perfectly, including speech samples from Michael himself. The game features both exhibition and tournament modes. You always control Michael's team, Wilmington, North Carolina. You can select your right wing, left wing, and substitute from a 27-man roster. Jordan is always the point man. Attributes such as speed, shooting ability, and stamina help you match your team up against the opposition. Options include playing 4-time quarters or up to a select number of buckets, winners out, turning fouls on or off in difficulty level. The game also features a tracking mode. When tracking is on, you control the player with the ball when Wilmington is on offense, or the player closest to the ball when on defense. When tracking is off, you always control Michael Jordan, whether or not he has the ball. This mode lets you experience basketball as it is played on the court. With tracking off, you can have Michael set picks, double teams, or call one of the 4 available offensive plays. The controls for Michael Jordan in flight are pretty straightforward. The game supports either a mouse or a joystick, and it controls is crisp and responsive. On defense, the mouse and joystick buttons control stealing and rebound or shot blocking. On offense, you can pass the ball to the player you're facing, or if tracking mode is off and you don't have the ball, you can request a pass from your teammate. There's nothing quite like the thrill of dishing the ball to your teammate, brushing your defender off, and then requesting a pass under the hoop for a slam dunk. The only missing thing is the ability to pump fake a shot. Shooting is simply a matter of pressing the shot button. Unlike most basketball games, when making a basket relies on releasing the shot button at the height of the shooter's jump, scoring in Michael Jordan in flight is based on the player's shooting percentages. Players have favorite spots on the court to shoot from, and reading the play's description will give you clues. The game includes a full-feature video-edited lab with VCR-like controls and multiple camera angles for creating and playing back highlight films. While this is a nice addition, I would rather have seen a play editor in its place. Nitpicking aside, Michael Jordan in Flight delivers true basketball action with some of the most spectacular graphics around. Yeah, I mean, it looks good. The editors are not as convinced. 3 out of 4 editors used awkward to describe the controls. Chris said it wasn't an earth shaker and the player's shuffling was downright weird. Yeah, I guess the animations are good, but it might not look great. Battles of Destiny. Oh, these look like bad games. Space Quest 5, Roger Wilco in the Next Mutation. Most people who know me are aware of my holy quest for the perfect computer role-playing game and adventure. It's my personal holy grail, and each time I come across a new game, I hope, no, pray, that it will be the one to ascend above the others. Then I get Space Quest 5, Roger Wilco in the Next Mutation, and I play it for a day, and I finish it. Then I write the review. That's right, I'm still on that holy quest. Roger finds himself at StarCon Central, hoping to pass the ACT test that will decide his fate in that illustrious academy. If Roger can pass, he'll land himself a position as captain of his own ship. If he fails, he's doomed to repeat the semester, not to mention the humiliation and utter embarrassment. But like the Roger we know, he's late for the test, didn't study at all, and weasels all the answers from an unsuspecting classmate. Now, piloting his own garbage scow, I didn't say he'd captain a respectable ship. He finds himself pulling garbage duty, battling pucoid mutants bent on squirting all humanity with acid loogies, and coming face to face with the scourge of the galaxy. Let this be a lesson to those who decide to cheat on their SATs. Space Quest V makes use of Sierra's point-and-click interface, standardized since King Quest V. 6 icons, each representing a different command, are aligned at the top of the screen, while 2 others serve as in-game functions. To move Roger between locations, the walk icon would first be selected and the location then be clicked. Roger will take a smart route, getting himself to the desired location by the quickest route possible. The action icon, which serves as the game's most generic function, interact items with anything else, provided the possibility is there. Consequently, many feel Sierra's graphic adventures suffer from being too simplistic. The computer handles everything. You just click at the right time or place using the right item. No doubt it's a boon for the novice adventurer, but veterans will feel the game is too automated. The humor is definitely some of the funniest in any Space Quest games. Parodies of other sci-fi shows and movies are in abundance, from Roger's quick tug of the uniform a la Captain Picard, to the overly dramatic posture of Captain Kirk when Roger sits in the command chair. Even digitized sounds from many popular shows are strewn about the game, and you'll immediately realize this game's own originality in the sound department is as intentional in humor as the provided Galactic Inquirer newspaper, which doubles as the copy protection, so don't mistakenly toss it out. But for all its good humor and gorgeous graphics, Space Quest V fails to deliver when it comes to longevity. The adventure is finished much too quickly and ranks as the easiest Space Quest to finish. The story, which touches lightly upon the environmentally correct, is uninspired and predictable from start. Roger might be a savior of the galaxy 5 times over, but has got a lot to learn when it comes to delivering a respectable adventure. Dave and Mike both loved Space Quest V humor, both felt it was simply too short, and they also didn't think it had the durability. Oh, this is not too complex. Moving on. What is this about? Yeah, no, it's just battles. And this is just a golf game. Rome, Pathway to Power. If there was one place in history civilized people could find plenty of adventure, it was ancient Rome. With a highly charged political climate and diversions such as gladiators fighting it out in the Colosseum, one had little difficulty filling his day with excitement and intrigue. Up until now, any modern-day adventurer who wanted to sample Rome's offering had to climb aboard a time machine. But now, thanks to Maxis, players yearning to explore the streets of the world's most famous ancient city need only boot up their computer and load Rome Pathway to Power. An unusual game for a simulation focused on Maxis, Rome Pathway to Power is an animated adventure not unlike Sierra's King Quest series. In the game, you take the role of Hector, a slave belonging to the famous lawyer Habeas Corpus. Hector yearns not only for adventure, but also to make something more of himself. Barely escaping from Herculeanum in time to avoid being roasted by an erupting volcano, Hector enters Rome disguised as a Roman citizen ready to begin a new life. As you play the game, you use your mouse to guide Hector around the animated screens, talking to other people and gathering clues that lead to the game's solution. Rome's game world is packed with all types of folks, from lowly slaves to noblemen watched over by palace guards. Although the residents of the city bustle about like ants on a hill, most everyone, if prodded for information, has something to say. Some can even provide Hector with the items he needed to succeed in his quest. Completing Rome requires gathering a lot of information as well as doing plenty of exploring. Luckily, if you get bored with the task at hand, you can always visit a slave auction, watch a play, attend a gladiator match, or engage in any number of other diversions. If you succeed in obtaining funds and manage them wisely, you can even enter your own contestants in the activities. Unlike many adventure games, Rome doesn't require a lot of mapping. Thanks to the game overview map screen, you can see the entire area in which you're currently playing. When you bring up the map, you can easily find your current location, as well as send Hector, with a quick click of your mouse, to any place in the map. This saves you from having to meticulously guide Hector on the populace-like main display, which shows only a small segment of the current level. There aren't a lot of sound effects in the game, but those that are present are convincing and well implemented. Moreover, the game's VGA graphics offer an attractive and detailed setting in which to adventure. Besides the main display and overhead view map, Rome Pathway to Power also features graphical interludes and special scenes portraying the grisly deaths you may experience. Although Rome Pathway to Power is an entertaining adventure, advanced adventurers may find the puzzles too easy, and they may even be able to complete the game in a single setting. On the other hand, novice or intermediate adventurers will probably find Rome perfect for developing their adventuring skills. In any case, all players can expect an entertaining excursion in history. This is not bad. I should see if I can rent it or ask one of my friends. Rome, Pathway to Power. Easy. Tennis game, boring. Baseball game, boring. Ooh. SC Out. SC Out is one of those diabolical games you start playing in mid-afternoon, and the next thing you know, it's 2 a.m. It requires thought and experimentation to solve its many levels, but it contains none of the frustrations that can make these type of games real hair-pullers. In Scout, the object is to pilot a small ship through an abandoned moon base. Abandoned, that is, except for a variety of alien life forms, including worms, viruses, slime, and one entity that inhabits each level of the base. To move to the next level, you must destroy the entity. To destroy the entity, you must place a photon grenade next to the entity and set off the grenade by firing a missile at it from a safe distance. Sounds simple, doesn't it? Wrong. You see, you entered the base with no photon grenade and no missiles. In fact, you have no cargo or weapons of any kind. You must find everything you need by exploring the levels of the moon base. The good news is that the moon base is loaded with all kinds of items. The bad news is that your ship can only carry one item at a time. You must decide what to pick up and carry in order to achieve your goal. What really adds to the challenge is the game is that the moon base was once inhabited by some very security-conscious people. There are locked doors, you must find the key, one-way doors, explosive booby traps, don't shoot these, automatic cannons, force mirrors, and barriers of all types. There are also roving armored vehicles that appear to be impervious to missile fire. Thus, you must solve each level, figuring out how to maneuver through or around obstacles, avoid or destroy enemies, unlock doors, find a photon grenade, and survive. You will find missiles to defend yourself or blow holes in the wall. However, a missile can fire in only one direction, which adds a new element of strategy to the game. Highly developed arcade skills are not necessary. The real focus of the game is figuring out how things work and solving each level. At the end of the level, you receive a password. You may start any level you have solved by using the password for that level. You start a game with 3 ships, but you may restart a level at any time, so the ship limit is not a big restriction. The VGA graphics are colorful and well animated. The view is from above and the screen scrolls smoothly as you move the ship through each level. Sound is limited to some explosions and a decent musical soundtrack, but that's all this game really needs. Scout is easy to control with either the keyboard, you may define the keys you want to use, or the joystick. Oddly, the game would not run until I installed my mouse driver, although the game does not use the mouse. This is one of the most playable games to come along in some time. It's a blast to play, especially if you stumble onto one of those explosive booby traps. Just don't expect to get it in a quick game. This game will hook you. Editor's Corner, 7677. They found it hard, even with the nice graphics and puzzle quality, to get addicted to the game. Chris Bell does an okay strategy game. The main reviewers always seem to be more into the thing. They're also all different. Why are they so different? Did they say something about who reviews these? I wonder. They're not the editors. Sounds like they may be maybe a little too nice. Oh, and I guess that's the end of the magazine, huh? No outro, no nothing. Okay. Well, that was interesting. I definitely I'm gonna read maybe old ones and keep an eye on these new ones when they get to the library for sure. Okay, what else do they have here that's published this month? I saw this one. Computer Gaming World. The premier computer game magazine. Definitely interested in their intro page. That seems good. Oh, Doom we've read about. Michael Jordan Flight we've just read about. That's cool. Whoa. Spear of Destiny. That's cool. Look at it shooting bad guys. I should ask Nick if he has this one to lend to me. This one also looks like... Well, I mean, it kind of sort of looks like Ultima, though there's a different perspective here. I should make a note of these and ask Nick when I see him. Wolfenstein 3D. And Spears of Arcania? Is that what it was called? Realms of Arcania. Realms of Arcania. Both for the PC. Okay, let's keep reading. I wonder what this is about. The ad looks cool. Sneak preview. Not a chance Zan's fans would miss this one. Sneak previews are not designed to be reviews. They are feature articles based on work in progress that CGW's editors have deemed worthy of early coverage. These articles are not intended to provide a final word on a product since we expect to publish appropriate review coverage when the game is finished. Grindy Golem. So you understand that each character has a personal name, a creature race name. Jenny Elf, Che Centaur, Demoness Matra, and so on. Okay, but who's the gorgeous one on the cover? She's not a Naga. I can see she's not a Naga, otherwise she would have long serpentine tail. But who is she? Not a Naga. I know she's not a Naga. Then what do you need to know? Her name. Not a Naga. I didn't ask her race, I asked her name. Not a Naga. I know she's not a Naga. Right? What do you mean, right? She's not a Naga. She's a Naga and her name is Nada. Her talent is the ability to change from human to Naga form. So she is a Naga, but she's not a Naga. That's the first intelligent thing you've said since you started playing this game. Fans of Piers Anthony's Xanth books and Abbott and Costello's Who's on First routine will immediately be relieved to know this conversation isn't in Legend Entertainment's upcoming Companions of Xanth. I used it as the opener, however, to show those who are not familiar with Xanth what a punful place it can be to go adventuring within. In addition, it introduces the unusual-looking Fum on our cover and tips off the fact that the player is going to have to get to know her in order to succeed in this adventure. Companions of Xanth is based upon the Demon's Stone Dream, the latest Xanth novel from Piers Anthony. In the book, still only available in hardbound at press time, there is an argument between two demons, Earth and Xanth. Those who have followed the series know that these are the dualistic demigods who hold the futures of Mundania, Earth, and the magical land of Xanth in their hands. The thesis for both the novel and the game is that Earth and Xanth have made a bet. A gambit rather like that of Yahweh and Satan in the Prague of Job, or like Nicholas and Zeus in Archibald MacLeish's JB. They have decided to make a wager upon the performance of human beings and a test of wits and prowess. Indeed, the interesting conceit of the game is that the player's character is Doug Mundane, and that the game which Doug plays in the book is the same one, Companions of Xanth, which the player has just purchased. Of course, the premise of the game is that one demon has bet on the player's character and the other demon has bet on a computer-controlled character named Kim. The setup for this is some humorous overtones, and describing the denouement would reduce the enjoyment of discovery within the game experience. So, suffice it to say that gamers will assume the role of Doug and venture within the familiar environs of Xanth. They will encounter notorious puns and familiar characters. They will enter the infamous Gap, no, not panting for breath, and encounter Stanley Steamer, the Gap Dragon. They will solve the entrance puzzles to get into Magician Humphrey's castle, and they will stare into Hypno Gourds and end up in the notorious Void. Of course, the first thing Legend veterans are going to say is, it doesn't look like a Legend game. Indeed, the designer has gone far beyond the graphic text adventure approach of the spellcasting series and Time Quest adventure. It has even gone beyond the interstices of full-screen puzzles, cutscenes, and animations in Gateway and Eric the Unready. Indeed, the new interface looks like a graphic adventure in the true sense of the word. In fact, looking at the screen may give people an erroneous feeling that this is a LucasArts graphic adventure in the Scum tradition. The art style isn't quite the same, and the command inventory lines are not in the same places on the screen, but that feeling of déjà vu is initially present. However, that doesn't begin to tell the full story. The truth is that this is a smart interface. It is point and click like many of those found in Graphic Adventureland, but your underlying parser is solid enough that it doesn't care about the order in which gamers click. One can click on a verb and an object, or one can choose an object and a verb. If one clicks on an object and a special verb associated to it, a submenu of additional commands appears on screen. Each object usually has a default verb with it. If the player simply clicks again, that order is implemented. If the player wishes to do something else, the default can be overridden. When the player clicks on objects and verbs that provide multiple interpretations, the smart parser, that's what we call it, Legend feels like that implies too much of a traditional text game, allows the gamer to pick between possibilities. If a possibility is grammatically possible but not a possible action in the game context, said command will appear as a gray command line to allow the gamer to know that it is not the solution. The Companion of Xanth is essentially a graphic adventure, i.e. contains pictures with hotspots and objects and limits the basic commands to list to 10 verbs. It contains over 100 different verbs that can be used at various times during the game. Further, a lot of the design time has been spent on trying to anticipate the weird things that gamers might try to do. So response and occasional animated sequences have been placed within the game to supply such contingencies. Another philosophical underpinning for the new interface is that there will be no hunt the pixel puzzles. As the player sweeps the cursor over the graphics, anything hot lights up, but nothing smaller than a post-it note done to scale will ever be important. The folks at Legend have been concerned that most of their previous games tended to look like pretty pictures surrounded by a sea of text. The new interface makes most descriptions fit into 2 lines. If the description needs to say more, boxes expand over the inventory and companion boxes at the bottom of the screen to allow for more text. Further, the new dialogue system substitutes a portrait window over the graphic presentation. The non-player character will say something and a variety of responses will be allowed for the player's character. It is point and click like the rest of the interface, but the conversations are dynamic and change depending on what Doug has said in previous conversations or what he has done. The new interface shows that the design team is willing to lend some time to draw more than static pictures surrounded by text. Almost every environment within the game has an animation running somewhere in the picture. In Mundania, it's always raining, animated rain, in order to encourage the gamer to learn the interface and get out of the wet, depressing environment and into colorful Xant. Some of the animated features will be as simple as rain falling, water rippling, and bees buzzing, but they reflect Legend's desire to make their screens appear less static to gamers who are intimidated by their traditional graphic text adventures. Another interesting graphic touch is that the icons in the player's inventory line change to reflect their current status. Remember that puns are abound in Xant, so one can pick a buttercup, remove the butter, and use the cup for something else. The butter will appear in the inventory as a pat of butter, but will melt if the player doesn't do something with it. We thought this was a nice touch. From Scene to Shining Sea. The game also features another new approach for Legend. Since the wager indicates that the player's character is competing against a computer character, opportunities for cinematic cutscenes arise. These rotoscoped images have been touched up by the animators so that they don't look as rough as most rotoscoped animations, but they tell not only the story of Kim's, the competitor's progress, but they unveil a secondary plot through film as well. In order to keep the Kim cutscenes from becoming too repetitious, players also get to see some of the meta-story, remember the wager, that Doug doesn't know about. These cutscenes show how demons are reacting to the situations, much like comments from the popcorn salesman and balloon seller who represented God and Satan in the Broadway play JB. Xant is a fascinating place, and the graphics, music of the game do their best to present some of its diversity. Though it is a reasonably sized game, the design philosophy is to have no environment larger than 15 rooms, and no puzzle which requires the player to backtrack unreasonably. The desire is for a player to experience the fun and whimsy which is Xant without getting frustrated. Michael Linder, designer of the game, was producer of Spellcasting 201 and Frederick Pohl's Gateway, as well as co-designer of Gateway. His biggest challenge, in addition to remaining true to the universe described in more of a dozen Xant books, is to interweave his Ron Gilbert philosophy of player-friendly design with the reality that Xant, for all its frivolity, is still a dangerous place. Balancing the humor and danger lies his challenge. Gamers who like puns will definitely want to play companions of Xant. Those who are offended by wordplay need not apply. As for me, visiting Xant is always worth the effort. Seems like a fun adventure game. I hope it comes out soon and it's good, and then we get to play it. Airball. Michael Jordan takes flight. Michael Jordan in flight from Electronic Arts. Oh, he flies through the air with the greatest of ease, the daring young man in his high-top Nikes. Basketball, funnily enough, is the primary reason that soccer has never become popular in the US. In the rest of the world, soccer, or football as it is known worldwide, is a working-class sport of the masses. Anyone who walks into any rundown public housing track in the UK is likely to see groups of kids playing soccer with almost anything. A real soccer ball, a stuffed drink can, a tennis ball, or even a rock. Meanwhile, in the US, basketball is the king of inner-city environments, and it is here that some of the best ball is played in 3-on-3 tournaments. The fact that Jordan is allowed contextually to play in such 3-on-3 tournaments was a surprise. Jordan in flight arrives in a large, gaudy 2.5 inch deep box. Of this, some 1 3/4 inches of the box amounts to air. This, of course, might be appropriate for Air Jordan, but at these ecologically sensitive times, one has to wonder why so many trees were sacrificed to the god of packaging. Further, one must question the wisdom of sports simulations where 4633 is the recommended platform. Flight simulation fans might have high-end machines of necessity, but without many sports game fans do, especially in a market where some of the best sports produced remain text-based. On the reverse side, of course, one could praise EA for pushing the envelope. First impressions are incredible. The 3D-based graphic engine is so far ahead of everyone else that it is amazing. The manual claims that flight simulations algorithms are applied to let the players view the game from any distance or angle. However it is done, it is breathtakingly impressive. Immediately upon jumping on 3-on-3 exhibition game, the full array of Jordan's impressive shot-making ability is available. From the quick first step around the defender to a leaping wraparound dunk, Jordan is a continuous flow of superb 3D animation. Mouse control is easy to use, and the number of actions available is kept at a minimum, which helps the ease of play and keeps the simulation accessible to all levels of players. The video replay and video edit options allow the user not only to replay the previous play, but to create and manipulate one's very own highlight films. The interface for these options continues to improve, and Jordan in Flight provides such a functionality in a very logical and friendly fashion. The replay and highlight part of the product should be a significant part in any purchase decision. If the users enjoy putting together highlight films of their greatest achievements, this is a major plus. The manual is particularly impressive, although not for its look, which is almost exclusively red, white, and black. Maybe this was some attempt to convey the colors of the Chicago Bulls. What is impressive is that 4 of the first pages deal with matters such as video mode support, sound card support, performance issues, potential graphic anomalies, and troubleshooting. Someone took a lot of time testing the compatibility of Jordan in Flight, and they should be applauded for their effort. In addition, Michael Anthony has done some entertaining work with some flipbook animation in the manual. This is a nice little touch that underscores the craftsmanship that went into the product. Gameplay revolves around a 3-on-3 tournament held among teams based in some of the hotbeds of street basketball. Manhattan, New York, Oakland, California, Lowell, Massachusetts are all represented, along with Jordan's own Wilmington club. For some reason, though, there is no team from the streets of Chicago where some of the nation's best street basketball is played. Multiple options keep the game interesting for a while. 6 different scoring or time methods are available, from being the first to score 11 baskets to using 12 minutes per quarter. In the latter, there is some strategy involved, as tiring teammates will have to be substituted to keep the team fresh. There are 3 levels of difficulty: street ball, college, and pro. Unfortunately, the pro level is far too easy, and the reason can probably be traced to the fact that the product is based on Michael Jordan. Jordan is just too good overall, and as a result, you don't even need the other players to develop a successful strategy. There are 2 different strategies that will win almost every time. The first is for Jordan to exclusively take 3-point shots. Jordan is so good that he hits almost 50% of the time. A quick look at the mathematics will show you that the opposing team must shoot over 80% of their 2-point shots to beat the Jordan-led Wilmington team. A second option is for Jordan to keep the ball and run around, shielding the ball until an angle at the basket is established. Then head for the basket to a satisfying slam. Also found the best team was created by selecting the best rebounders. In this way, I could compensate if I missed a shot by taking Jordan on the outside. This way, the offensive rebounding strength would afford him second and third chances. There are 4 specific plays included with the game. These are the low post cutter, high post cutter, backdoor screen, and give and go. Again, if the game was more challenging, these would be useful. As it stands, there is little need for them. What is it about basketball simulations? From the original Larry Bird and Dr. J do very little, through Michael Jordan and Larry Bird do even less, there has seemed an inability to transfer a good game to the PC market. To quote from the manual, it has taken a long time and a great deal of ingenuity on the part of a dedicated team of technicians, all Michael Jordan fans. And therein lies part of the problem. Michael Jordan in Flight could have used the critical eye of a non-Jordan fan. In fact, the whole product has a breathless hero worship aspect about it, which gets to be tedious. The box copy announces revolutionary video sim trademark technology captures all of the air artistry of Michael Jordan with unprecedented realism. This is an extremely accurate description, but you will note that there is no mention of a game in the description. Again, quoting from the manual, we chose to set Jordan on a 3-on-3 half-court game because it's the best format in which to showcase his talent. It would have been more refreshing to see, with a recommended setup of a 46-33, if we'd gone on 5-5, the game would have been horrendously slow. After especially good or poor shots, a pop-up video of Michael Jordan is played. Such lines as, "What a brick," and "Maybe you should take up golf," accompany one's less impressive effort. I did get a chuckle from the Jordan voiceover that appears occasionally during the game, when he spoke of it being time for the North Carolina defense, Dean Smith, the North Carolina Tar Heels head coach and Jordan's college coach, is generally credited as being the only person who could held Jordan under 20 points a game. Michael Jordan in Flight is the most visually realistic sports software on the market. The VideoSim TM technology is indeed revolutionary, and Max Suarez and Greg Zumwalt should be congratulated for bringing us closer to a more realistic depiction of the sport. Michael Jordan in Flight, however, is only half the process, that they need to apply the technology to a game. Harsh, but probably also true. Oh yeah, we saw the review for this in the other one, huh? We're gonna skip this because we don't have X-Wing yet. Oh. I should remember that this is here for next time. Ashes of Empire. The rumor back. That's a JLA. By Pedro Alfonso Jimenez Xavier de la Mancha. That sounds like a pseudonym. All I really wanted was to find out about The Dig, Brian Moriarty's upcoming graphic adventure from LucasArts. So when my source asked me to meet her in a famous Tijuana nightclub, I didn't hesitate. I even took a little overnight bag in case we ended up on the Yucatan Peninsula. What better place for an archaeological dig? And hitched a ride to the border with the usual suspects. Our idea was to drive the rental car to the border, walk through no man's land, and catch a cab on the other side. The ride was almost as wild as the highway surfing sequence on LucasArts' Sam and Max Freelance Police on the Road. It's a graphic adventure where our favorite detectives visit every weird amusement venue in Americana, from the world's greatest ball of twine to the dangerous Gator golf course. In between lane changes that made a demolition derby look tame, a little magpie whispered in my ear that 93-94 was going to be the era for cyberpunk. Not only are Ready Soft Cyberspace and Macroprose Blood Knight in the works, but Interplay has hired the writer-director assistant from the film Jennifer 8 to produce an unnamed cyberpunk role-playing game. Bullfrog EA is nearing completion of Syndicate, a strategy game in the dark future milieu, and Cyberdreams has convinced Harlan Ellison to contribute to a graphic adventure based on the award-winning short stories I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream. We had parked the car and walked through the pedestrian gate when one of my gentle companions pulled me back and screamed. She had seen a rat cross her path and was ready to return to the good old US of A. Are you sure it was a rat? I asked. It could have been. Former software executive's name withheld so that the industry insiders can replace it with those who have burned them on one or more projects. My sources, technical term used by journalists in order to be reimbursed for travel and entertainment expenses, laughed and I shifted gears. Maybe it was a Wolverine. One of the Michigan alumni was offended and the USC graduate asked, "Oh, did it come from Sega? They're doing an X-Men game." It took me a second to realize she was talking about the most popular member of the comic book bands of mutant, the Wolverine. Then I asked which characters were going to be in the game. She told me that X-Men would feature Cyclops, Gambit, Nightcrawler, and Wolverine on the side of justice, and Magneto as the ultimate bad guy. As soon as we crossed the border, we hailed one of fabled Tijuana taxis. Fortunately, as one of my sources spoke fluent Spanish, as opposed to the broken half-English, half-Espanol I used when visiting TJ. She gave the cabbie the name of a club, and he flipped a U in the middle of the Avenida Revolucion. Spun to suck around faster than a hockey player who just lost the puck, I said. Then I guess you know about NHL hockey, said my source. He is finally going to put it on the IBM. I love it when she talks hockey. The IBM version will even have a coach-only option and stat compiler to go with the expanded graphics and sounds that couldn't get into the Sega version. The taxi pulled up in front of the nightclub, but it was blacker than a Command HQ square after it had been nuked. That's what I told my friends, and the redhead asked if I knew about Command HQ 2, working title. I admitted that I didn't, and she said that a new version would eliminate the secret dock scan technique that let players cheat on the question mark scenario, improve air carriers, make it run under 2400 baud, and possibly add a scenario builder. The club was closed, so we elected to visit the restaurant across the street. We would only have to wait a few minutes for my so-called friends to show up, and my sources thought they could loosen my tongue with a little mezcal. Heck, I didn't figure there'd be any problem. I must drink about 64 ounces of coffee a day. What's this fancy discolored stuff gonna do to me? They poured and served me, poured and served. No problem. I haven't bit the head of the worm to show them what a man I was. Two of my sources swooned, but one said I wouldn't be able to bite off the head of one of the worms from Dune 2 on the Sega. Not only is the action supposed to be much faster on the console, but the figures and objects are 4 times larger than those on either the IBM or the new Amiga version. The good news is that the maps have more interesting and functional terrain features than those on the personal computers. But the bad news is that gamers won't be able to save their games. Sure, I said, sort of. But did you know the next game they won't be on Arrakis? I think they're tired of drawing all that shand. See, said the redhead. Didn't affect him at all. They all giggled at my expense and I stood up to show I could. I collapsed onto the table on my back. The last thing I remember was the little magpie saying the 2 submarine simulations should hit the fall. Remembering the good old days when everyone was doing World War I's flight simulations and trying to name their games Red Baron, now the battle is over Seawolf. The little bird said that the games will each take a very different approach on the subject, but it was funny that they opted for the same name. 2 of my sources picked me up and were ready to carry me out of the restaurant. By that time, I decided the farce had gone far enough. Gee, you ladies are almost as strong as Xanthia, the main character in Westwood's sequel to Kyrandia. Of course, they immediately dropped me on the floor when I realized the slurred speech was gone. I figured it wouldn't take long to realize that Mescal Ball would be filled with watered-down squirt and a gummy worm either. So I told them the sequel would have 7 game chapters, lots of nifty technology flourishes, plenty of comic relief, and a love story. I didn't quite get the whole message out before the blonde lifted up my bag enough to pour a cold Corona down my shirt. You think you're so smart, she sputtered. Tell me where the dig takes place. Even I knew it had something to do with an asteroid. I decided this wasn't the time for share and tell. Interesting bits from this. So not very helpful if I don't know what these look like, but... Oh, this is a good picture. The red crystal. I bet this has a great picture and a terrible game, sadly. Computer game design section. Computer game design. Who, how, and why. We've covered the entertainment software industry for more than a decade. Even so, it is still amazing to discover concepts we'd failed to consider. For example, we know pretty well how graphic adventures move characters about the screen, but we never thought about the strategies required to redraw the background for each frame. Again, we know how much attention is paid to the physics behind the vehicles, vessels in a simulation, but until recently we never thought about the physics algorithm for a blimp camera. So computer game design is a dynamic field that always offers surprises. This special section on computer game design has been produced to draw back the curtain a little so that readers can appreciate some of the personalities, philosophies, and techniques which are taken into consideration when the design team starts work on a computer game. The opening article for the first half of our coverage of the 7th International Computer Game Developers Conference. Then Chris Lombardi takes us behind the screens to view the voice talent work for Day of the Tentacle, LucasArts' new Maniac Mansion sequel. Next, the abstract from the Journal of Computer Game Design will talk about redrawing backgrounds in adventure games and other design problems. From the developers themselves, Varian Lewis tells us the pleasure and perils of transforming videotape images into computer game images, and Gordon Goebel interviews Papyrus's Dave Kemmer about next issue's cover feature, a hot new IndyCar racing simulations from the developers of Electronic Arts Indianapolis 500. After that, science fiction writer Martin Cyrulus shares how he and Hugo Nebula winner Lucius Shepard have used SimEarth and SimLife to create worlds for novels and short stories. Finally, Mike Moondock Wexler reviews a book that can help readers program their own flight simulators, or at least appreciate what other people have to go through in order to do so. The right group, Flights or Fantasy Programming 3D Video Games in C++. Here's hoping our readers enjoy reading about designers, design ideas, and game technologies as we enjoy discovering how the games move from ideas to computer screen. We think watching the making of the games is almost as exciting as playing them, at least from our vantage point. After all, we don't have to keep typing these lines of codes and hunting down inclusive bugs. We only deal with the interesting parts, like the weird costume game designer wear the additional costume backend. Oh yeah, like Egyptian banana? No, seagull. Graduation day for computer entertainment, the 7th International Computer Game Developers Conference. To some people, the financials of the computer gaming business make it too insignificant to pay attention to this fledgling industry. The same people might say that game designers, programmers, composers, producers, and artists tend to live in a neverland of their own making, a world of neat and cool hacks that are very hard to explain to most people. that may or may not be true for long for reasons to be found both within and without the community of game developers. In many ways, this year's Computer Game Developers Conference seemed like a cross between high school graduation and homecoming. Chris Crawford's I Had a Dream speech showed that he had rethought his design philosophy and game life goals. Though his opening day address was a bittersweet analog to the idealistic aphorisms of valedictorian speeches, it was tinged with an overarching sadness because the designer had opted to focus upon a narrow niche of interactive art lovers rather than continuing to reach as many gamers as possible. The conference seemed like homecoming as the principal founders and most famous designers of Infocom joined together to reminisce about the Cambridge Camelot where the great underground empire was formed, and several clusters of designers looked like a return to the Pahara Dunes, a resort where Electronic Arts used to have off-site meetings for planning and playing days, when Electronic Arts were going to be the royalty of the next entertainment industry. From the time many of our public companies formed in the early 80s with vacuous but effective promises of making stars out of computer game designers, the design community has tried to be its own counterculture and counterpoint to the slick marketing departments that package their talent. Many ruined companies rest in the grave of our computer game history because both sides of a commercial entertainment product were not properly integrated. Now, Hollywood is moving in upon this pool of talent with quick and sure steps. This may imply several significant changes in the computer game industry, which are elaborated upon in this month's editorial, but it appears that most game developers have been at this type of nexus point before, and hopefully are prepared to graduate into a world of better and possibly more lucrative possibilities. With Sony's recent acquisition of Psygnosis, Viacom's acquisition of ICOM and employees of Walt Disney Software, LucasArts Games, Trimark Pictures, and Paramount Electronic Publishing Division attending the conference, it made a perverse kind of good sense to have automobile manufacturer and proclaimed futurist Harlan Ellison, one of the old ones of science fiction, whose name has been spoken with hushed and reverent tones, and a screenwriter in his own right, to deliver the keynote address for the annual awards banquet. One would think, however, that a man as brilliant as we perceived Harlan Ellison to be would have bothered to learn something about his audience before he delivered his speech. Ellison is an anger shtick. He takes his ethnic Weltschmerz, Jewish pessimism, and uses it as a club on his audiences. Without his anger and pessimism, Harlan Ellison would be as helpless upon the stage as Don Rickles without insults. The trouble is that Harlan was out of his element. He was talking to a group of people who want to change the world from its couch potato acceptance of the status quo as much as this literary guerrilla wants to change it. Billing Harlan Ellison as a futurist is definitely a misnomer. He's actually a recalcitrant, a reactionary who blends revolutionary prose to his own ends. After admitting that he does his writing on a typewriter as outmoded as the one on which William Gibson punched out the techno-poetry of Neuromancer, Ellison tried to make contact with his audience by admitting that his contribution to computer game design based on the Hugo-winning I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream amounted to 2 full weeks of design work. We had to chuckle. At least Bill Gibson had graduated to a word processor prior to the writing of Mona Lisa Overdrive, and Ellison was bragging about his contributions to a game in an industry where it sometimes takes 2 weeks to figure out the physics of a chase plane view of a billing camera. Instead of 2 minutes, Ellison had proven that he didn't really understand technology or the challenges faced daily by his audience. The major thesis of the address seemed to be that the assembled game designers needed to do something besides create games. He extemporized on incidents from his life in the army, seeming particularly proud of the way he manipulated an officer into assigning special duty in order to compile a company history he had no intention of completing, and how he had challenged a fellow non-com to perpetrate fraud. We weren't quite sure what he means. If he means to take the games which the assembled designers are already making and infuse them with enough human emotion to bridge gaps of interpersonal understanding, there are designers trying to accomplish this in many different ways. Games with artificial personality, multiplayer cooperation, and most importantly with story. We simply don't understand why their contribution is any less significant than Mr. Ellison's contribution to society. If he objects to the violence which is so pervasive in both video and computer games, he has better revisited the anarchic and glorious celebration of violence in his own work. Violence is both an easy way to express conflict and resolution in any art form. It can also be powerful. That is why we advocate a more careful use of violence in certain games, but do not editorialize against violence per se. Harlan Ellison says that the computer game design community should quit playing games with their lives. We think Ellison should stop playing games with his audiences. It's time to put away his bad Melville impression and use his podium as a futurist to challenge the audiences instead of settling for cheap laughs and letting them miss the message. Wow, that was kind of mean towards him. I don't know if it's justified, but it was kind of mean. Though Ellison provided a keynote address on a banquet night, the bulk of the evening was devoted to honoring exceptional computer games. These games were nominated from within the developer community itself, and each nomination was accompanied by comments from those who nominated the games. The order of honored products was determined by the presenters and had no bearing on the relative merits of each game. Each game nominated was considered to be equally worthy. As each game was introduced, the members of the development team were given pins recognizing their distinctive contributions to the games and making them the equivalent of the Honor Society for the class of '93. The first game nominated was Putt Putt Joins the Parade for a Humongous Production. One nominator said, "It reminded me of my favorite book when I was a kid, but it was alive." Another said, "My second youngest was fighting for the chance to play, and he's only 3. Frankly, the designers loved the easy interface, cute animation, its great sound effects, and its vocal caricatures, but the most important thing about the game was that it gave the player a purpose. It is the kind of game where a child can be a participant, not a tourist." Putt Putt Joined the Parade was designed by Shilly Day and Ron Gilbert. The second game honored was, as Master and Mistress of Ceremony Tim Brengle and Nick Robinson observed, nominated in spite of, or maybe because of, its graphic violence. Id Software's Wolfenstein 3D features fast, smooth, low-resolution texture map graphics that not only give motion sickness to most players, but put Scherrer back on the map, almost single-handedly. Wolfenstein 3D was developed by John Carmack, John Romero, Adrian Carmack, and Tom Hall. Next, the Assemble community recognized Comanche, Maximum Overkill from Nova Logic. Kudos range from the game providing a flight simulation that is both fun and easy to learn, to the fact that it has the best fractal-generated terrain that anyone has yet seen. Comanche Maximum Overkill was developed by Kyle Freeman and John Garcia. In keeping with the trend of honoring fast-scrolling three-dimensional games with awesome graphics, the community also honored Origin's Ultima Underworld. Hey, I've got that one. It's installed. One nominating designer stated, "My girlfriend won't play it because it's too realistic and scary." And another said, "I don't think you can get any closer to VR without a helmet." Ultima Underworld was developed by Paul Neurath and the crew of Looking Glass Technology. Next, Velocity's Spectre was brought to the attention of the assembled throng. Spectre was clearly recognized for its capacity to challenge gamers with real rather than artificial opponents. It was honored for its entertainment value as the presenters considered its service as a productivity destroyer. It was also cited as proof that the Macintosh really can do fast polygon-filled games. Spectre was designed by Steve Newman, Sam Schilacci, and Craig Fryer. Proving that there is still room for genuine innovation, the conference's next honor went to Dynamics' The Incredible Machine. Developed by Jeff Tummel Productions, the product combines some of the best aspects of SimCity and Lemmings. One programmer artist even said that this was the game she always wanted to do, and in contrast to what rival designers usually feel about another's work, she felt they had done it right. Another commentator observed that they've stuffed Rube Goldberg into the player's computer with this game. The presenters even claimed that a satisfying play experience could not be described, only experience. The Incredible Machine was developed by Jeff Tunnell, Kevin Ryan, and Brian Hahn. Speaking of innovation making it difficult to describe a product, the developers didn't know whether to call Stunt Island from Walt Disney Software a flight simulation or a film editing simulator. Those who nominated the product observed that Stunt Island provided a satisfying experience from placing the camera to flying an aircraft. Most importantly, they observed that it was probably the first that someone would really want to see a saved game, i.e. film. Stunt Island was developed by Adrian Stevens, Roland J. Fortier, Kerry Hara, and Martin Day. LucasArts' Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis was the next honoree. Although its multiple paths proved an efficient way to make indie 3 games in one, the designers commended Hal Barwood and company because all 3 paths actually work. Some nominated the game because of unique sections where one builds their own interface, and others appreciated the way this game focuses on story and characters over puzzles. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis was designed by Hal Barwood and Noah Falstein. Observing that it is rare when the remake is better than the original, the final game to be honored was Accolade's Star Control 2. The developers stated that it's a perfect blend of action and adventure that becomes more than the sum of its parts. Ultimately, they call it an action game for people who read with sound that is exceptional enough to make gamers think they've upgraded their soundboards. Star Control 2 was developed by Paul Reichert III and Fred Ford. Oh, I almost screwed up Civilization. In total contrast to the angry approach of Ellison was the affable talk of Sid Meier. Sid's lecture centered upon the ways he could have ruined his best-selling game, Sid Meier's Civilization. Not only did it take considerably longer than 2 weeks for Sid to create Civilization, but it required considerable thought at key junctures of the project. First, Sid Meier's Civilization had a textbook feel. Meier actually had begun to build the game around the heavy subject of human civilization prior to his work on Sid Meier's Railroad Tycoon, but the work bogged down because it wasn't fun. Later, after RT was completed, he came back to the game, focused on the entertaining elements of the game, and ended up completely quickly once it started coming together. I guess that's a typo. Second, Meier admitted that he originally wanted to write a detailed computer model to handle the sociological, economic, ecological, and political forces that forged civilizations. He emphasized the fact that there are only two kinds of computer games. Ones where the player knows what's going on, and those where the player do not. In the later category, there are games which the designer has all the fun, games that are usually not detailed enough to communicate the research to the gamer, and games where the computer has all the fun, featuring plenty of algorithms, but not process intensive enough to allow the gamer to really get into the action. Meier prefers game where the player has all the fun, where all the vital information is presented and the gamer has the ability to make meaningful decisions. Hence, Civilization ended up with face turns, lots of reports, and lots of things for the player to do. Third, Sid Meier's Civilizations almost simulated the rise and fall of civilizations. There is one thing clear in history is that there is an episodic cycle to the great civilizations. Sid opted not to go for the rise and fall theme because it would have been too discouraging to the players for the game to regularly and arbitrarily destroy the civilization she has painstakingly built up over the course of dozens of hours. That would have made the game conform to history, it would have forced the game into the dustbins of history to have imposed such a no-win design feature. Fourth, the designer with the most games in the CGW Hall of Fame admitted that he almost ripped off another Hall of Fame game, Empire. Then he asserted that, in addition to the ethical question, it is far better to look for new elements in game design than simply cannibalize older games. Fifth, Meier stated that he almost made the world too big. A big world sounded very good at first, but it intimated more gameplay. Instead, Meier said that it made winning the game too repetitive and not necessarily fun. Sixth, he stated that he almost let the computer do too much management of the player's cities. Instead, Meier insisted that designers need to give the players plenty of things to do. If the designer believes the activity is considered too much for the player to do, he or she can also provide a default that lets the computer manage items by using the same artificial intelligence routines that one must design for the computer opponents. One reason I continue to program my own games, commented the designer, is to be aware of opportunities to find new uses for modules within existing code. Seventh, Sid confessed that he almost made the game too civilized. After all, the name of the game was Civilization. Yet, he insists, the game isn't really about being civilized. The competition is what makes the game fun and the players play their best. So he admits that, at times, you have to make the player uncomfortable for the good of the player. So Civ became a war game where building civilization was almost, but not quite, incidental. Eighth, Sid Meier's Civilizations almost used multiplayer alliances. Sid even admitted to writing a lot of code to handle those alliances. Yet he found that he couldn't balance the game with those alliances because the computer could exploit alliances almost as good as the player, and this would leave gamers with a sense that they couldn't win because the computer was cheating. Ninth, he admitted to almost adding jets, helicopters, and airborne units. However, he insisted that if one provides for new technologies close to the end of the game, that it will frustrate the gamer by making them ask, what's the use, whenever given an opportunity to build such technology. The abstracting of later technology was a deliberate attempt to moderate the endgame. Meier observed that lots of people felt the ending was arbitrary, but he explained that it was designed intentionally to leave the gamer wanting more. 10th, he confessed that he almost put minefields and minesweepers in the game. The idea was to give the gamer enough tools to build solid defensive perimeter. Unfortunately, Sid told us that the minefields caused the AI to do stupid things. Then he advised designers, if you've got a feature that makes the AI look stupid, take it out. It's more important not to have stupid AI than to have good AI. 11th, Meyer told the assembled designers that he almost included a multiplayer modem option in the game. Then he opted to not do so for several reasons. First, he wanted the game to be turn-based instead of real-time so that the gamer could control the pace. Turn-based games do not work well in modern play because of dead time. Second, he doesn't believe the community of multiplayer games is that large. As he stated, my feeling is, if you had friends, you wouldn't need to play computer games. 12th, he said that he almost made the game politically incorrect just for laughs. Finally, he admitted that, I almost put a big animated title sequence, digitized speech, and super VGA graphics in the game. Well, actually I didn't, but I wanted to point out the trade-off. Sid concluded his lecture by asserting that gameplay was more important than any single feature. In the question and answer period, Meyer explained that he still does all his own programming and continually updates playable, expanding versions of the games he is working on. This enables lots of midstream adjustments as it subjects the work in progress to constant evaluation. Sid admitted that doing his own programming allowed him to experiment with features and approaches because he wasn't imposing on anyone's time but his own. To me, programming is almost a nuisance. It's a means to an end. See Part 2 next issue. Well, we're going to have to read that one too. Memories of the Class of 93. Johnny Wilson interviewed by Molly McRae with a special segment on violence in computer video games. Former computer game magazine editors Russell DeMari at PC Games and Margot Tomarvik, Soft Talk and Softline, shared the off-the-record stuff that never got published in the magazines. Will Wright demonstrates a unique programmer hack for tying one's shoes. Huh. That's a very weird position. I wonder if that actually works. Lights, camera, interaction. Behind the scenes with LucasArts' Day of the Tentacle. Although computer game producers don't yet call acting talents and ask to do lunch, it is true that the old Hollywood is quickly infiltrating the new Hollywood of computer games development. As the linear technology of the former and the interactive technology of the latter converge in new technologies and techniques, it is interesting to view the work of talented and flexible people who can work effectively with one foot in both technological realms. We had such an experience at Hollywood's Studio 222, the site of voice acting taping of Day of the Tentacle, LucasArts' next adventure game. This wacky sequel to Maniac Mansions involves the trials of 3 teenagers who bop about space-time to undo the plans of a mutant appendage. It will be the first game in which the CD-ROM versions and the disc version will be released concurrently. It will also be the first adventure game to offer spoken parts for nearly every action or response in the game, making it computer gaming's first full talkie. All of the story dialogue and the majority of action responses, the "you can do that" or "what a ridiculous thing to do" responses, will be spoken aloud to its players. All told, there are 4,500 spoken lines in game. A monstrous design, production, and acting task. Riding the fence between Hollywood and Silicon Valley is associate producer Tamlin Barra. This 20-something producer got her start in stage and video production and began with LucasArts games in 1990. She directed the voice acting and produced the talkie portions for the CD version of Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, and is now overseeing the Mammoth Tentacle project. Voice acting for computer games creates new problems for actors and directors rarely have to face. For one, the actors are taped one at a time, so the storyline often calls for dialogue between characters. In typical situation, the actors in dialogue are together and can act off one another. In a computer game situation, the actors only have a script to play off of. As Barr says, getting the actors into character is very difficult. Half the studio spend queuing up the actor for the scene. Organization is a key issue. With 4,500 lines of branching dialogue, the producer must keep track of where the actors are in the game and what sort of reading is required for the line. Barra has to keep the entire structure of the game in mind while the actors read, so she can correct the actor's interpretation and ask for different inflections where needed. The actors were cast from a group of known voice talents. The biggest name on the bill is Richard Sanders, probably best known for his character Les Nessman from the TV sitcom WKRP in Cincinnati. With this experience playing Les Nessman, Sanders is a natural for the role of nerdy, bow-tie-bearing Bernard in Day of the Tentacle. Sanders noted, with tongue-in-cheek, that playing Bernard in Day of the Tentacle was a bit of a stretch for him since he usually plays more manly sort of roles. More seriously, he admitted that computer game acting was a challenge since the actor is recording his lines out of context. The problem was overcome by Bera's directing efforts. She created the context for Sanders verbally and walked him through portions of the game so he wouldn't know how his character should react. From what we've heard, all this hard work in town will produce one of the best-sounding computer game talkies yet. With its Chuck Jones-style animation and the wit of the LucasArts Adventure game team, Day of the Tentacle may also be one of the best playing. Who knows, maybe Let's Do Lunch isn't that far away. Lands of Lore. Abstracts from Journal of Computer Game Design. Our game design issues regularly feature notes which we have cribbed, researched, and compiled from the Journal of Computer Game Design. This issue abstract from issues 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4 of the journal. The summaries printed here are not meant to detract from the full articles within the journal, but as an attempt to let the readers know what is available. The Journal of Computer Game Design is published 6 times per year, and the subscription is $36. To subscribe, write to the Journal of Computer Game Design, 5251 Sierra Road, San Jose, California, 95132. Audience Engineering. Chris Crawford, The Global Dilemma, Guns or Butter. Crawford's thesis in this article is that the customer does not really know what he/she wants in a computer game. Therefore, the designer reasons, the entertainment software industry ought to be able to both attract customers to and divert them from computer games. His initial point is that information, even entertaining information packaged in a computer game, is a different kind of commodity than any other. Whereas people will buy the same model car, eat the same sandwiches, and wear the same clothes over and over again, they won't buy the same game. As Crawford states, to be in any way valuable, information must be different from what the customer already owns. You can't sell anybody a second copy of any piece of information. You've got to offer them something new and different. Naturally, he observes that customers do purchase sequels. Yet, he also points out that a sequel offers something familiar with new content. After outlining a traditional James Bond plot, he notes that the question remains how wild and crazy the ultimate bad guy will be, and exactly how Bond will save the day. Hence, even in the context of the familiar, sequels are selling new and different information. Next, Crawford elucidates the way that software publishers currently attempt to attract their audiences. He contends that they simply use terms that are a matter of degree, faster, fresher, bigger, etc. He also observes that this hasn't changed since the early Atari marketing in the 1980s. Indeed, he suggests that most of the industry is unsure about a product unless it's a sequel to a successful product or uses sensational new technology. Next, he challenges the design community to move away from developing games by reading registration cards and taking surveys. Instead, he advocates creating products that appeal to a particular constituency, the use of audience engineering in order to develop audiences which are more responsive and products which accomplish more. How to write interactive characters in dialogue. Michelle M. returned to Zerk. M comes to this industry from work as a special effects shop, as an artist, and as a screenwriter. Her article underscores the difficulty of writing interactive dialogue. Since players love to play what if, she asserts that the writer must continuously visualize consequences and payoffs for more than one statement action within a given situation. For me, says M, interactivity in dialogue in a game setting means multiple choices of direction, multiple possibilities for the information to be delivered, and a myriad of ways to amuse the game player. Dialogue has the responsibility of making the characters in a game seem credible. M suggests that players should be able to recognize a character by the way its dialogue flows, whether it is presented in text or digitized speech from an actor. Hence, writers must get inside their characters to know their motivations and backgrounds enough to make the speech flow in a natural way. For games, M tries to get each slice of dialogue into 60 character spaces. To do so, she naturally slices out as many multi-syllable words as possible. They usually sound stilted in dialogue, and 2 or more has the added advantage of turning an ordinary line into a tongue twister. Then, she reminds would-be writers that the dialogue must be kept short so that the gamers can get on with the game. For games like Return to Zork, where actors are going to perform the lines, she observes that she keeps all of the characters' dialogue together and lists the variations and reactions in logical order. Hence, the actor performs the dialogue all at once, and the editing and mixing can take place at a later time. This process enables her to do another task that she considers important: check the dialogue flow. She reads the sentences aloud in all possible combination order to see how they work. This is when one often has to cut out the lines that do not work. M also encourages writer designers to pen their dialogue sequences with programming requirements in mind. If then, go to, and default to are ways to schematize the dialogue hierarchies in the writer's mind. Finally, she stresses the need to give each character a personal motive and a point of view. She even encourages writers to give each character a history, even if it isn't going to be expounded upon within the game. This will infuse the characters with a sense of reality that simply cannot be beat. Software Sprites, a tutorial and some tricks by David Joyner, The Fairy Tale Adventure. Joyner lists several techniques for handling animation. Particularly interesting is his analysis of handling backgrounds of the animated characters' moves across the screen. He suggests several solutions to handling the background so that it can be reused for the next frame of animation. Keep a separate copy of the background. The copy of the background is copied over the visible background. This is somewhat expensive in terms of memory and is generally unworkable in the case of scrolling backgrounds. Regenerate the entire background every frame. Joyner says this is only possible if the background is created algorithmically or is tile-based. He warns that this is the slowest solution. Regenerate only parts of the screen that were damaged. He suggests a damage array would track what portions of the screen were overwritten by the figures. Joyner observes that this isn't too tough with tile since the corners of the array can be set up to the size of the tile, but can get very complicated with multi-planar backgrounds. Finally, save the background behind the figures and restore when done. This requires keeping an off-screen region just large enough to hold the background that the character can cover in a frame. Then before drawing the character in a new position, the backsave region can be restored, erasing the old character. Of course, this becomes more complex when there are lots of characters on screen. Finally, Joyner suggests that programmers who use this technique should save, draw, and restore in 3 separate passes to avoid drawing backgrounds that have portions of other characters. That was not very informative. Diskette Entertainment Software Distribution. Gordon Walton, Harpoon. Walton provides a cautionary tale for developers who seek to establish their own distribution at retail. He starts the article by showing what the software publisher actually gets for a computer game, if they're lucky. For example, he notes that the average discount to the retailer distributor is 60% off the suggested retail price. This allows for wide variation in street price. Walton also points out how tough it is to get product onto the shelves and keep it on the shelves. It gives a 6-step strategy to accomplish this task. Make entertainment products with broad appeal, or gear your budget to targeting a safe, proven niche. Know your audience better than the competition, or prevent returns. Find a publishing partner who has sufficient distribution and market clout to get your product on the market shelves. Developers should make sure they ask the publishing partner the specific outlets where their products are sold and not accept everywhere as an answer. Make sure the adequate resources are devoted to marketing your product at your publisher, especially MDF, Marketing Development Funds. Print ads create mindshare, MDF creates shelf space. Promote your own product vigorously. Helping to create momentum is vital. Online, print press, and personal tours of retail stores. Aggressively fix any problems and listen to customer feedback. Invasion of the Expositorians. Chris Crawford, Balance of Power. Chris Crawford could not be timelier with one observation. He notes that the Expositorians, i.e. Hollywood types, are coming into the industry and contends that this represents a problem. The problem is that these so-called Expositorians, novelists, directors, producers, and screenwriters, do not understand interactivity, and they think it's a facet of the entertainment industry that can simply be added onto what now they already have. Crawford rightly observes that interactivity isn't some minor twist that we apply to the primary media of sound and image. It's the very essence of the medium. Sound and image support interactivity. As he sees it, the Expositorians believe that they will be able to create the same old explanatory presentations that they have always made, but make it play on a computer. Crawford said that the Expositorians are ignorant of the idea of interactivity, but wisely observes that large corporate bucks and fresh ideas will more than compensate for their ignorance. He says he's going to join the bandwagon. He likes the creative idealism of the invading Expositorians because they are risk takers. He thinks that they could create a new kind of media. Sounds like Harlan Ellison was called one of the Expositorians by the staff of the magazine. Once we get to the editorial, which is at the very back, it seems, we might know. Wolfenstein 3D. Oh yeah, this looks sick. Is it already on the list? I think it's already on the list, yeah. Ultima Underworld 2, Labyrinth of Worlds. From digital dreams to CD reality, a look at the technical development behind Trilobyte's The Seventh Guest. Computer-generated special effects in the film and audio worlds has been commonplace for years. It is only recently that computer end users have begun to see the application of these new methods on the monitor screens of their own computer systems. In the movie industry, special effects are consistently used. From Blade Runner through Close Encounters, special effects abound. In Hollywood, these effects are taken to the highest level. Using computer-aided design, CAD programs, producers design sets in order to decide if they will build actual models or simply render them in graphic environment. Fortunately for us, PCs have brought graphics development down to earth and professional quality special effects can be produced with surprisingly minimal equipment. Breakthrough rotoscope technology played a major role in the advancement of film animation, allowing the creative artists to import images from reality into animated sequences. Animators merged the artistically creative world with lifelike forms of motion represented on film. They shot the film, ran it through a projector, the image appeared on a light table, and they could manipulate each frame one step at a time. One could then trace each frame separately to capture the reality of movement in its pure cellular form. Digital video has made the video camera the rotoscope of gaming development. In the meteoric world of high-resolution graphics game, full-motion digital video is fast entering emerging phenomenon. CD-ROM is the transient medium of choice for this technology. It has the mass storage and speed required to provide interactive video sequences to the end user. Still, how are animated segments imported into digital media? Moving characters must be cut out, extracted, and pasted once more onto render backgrounds in the order of their sequence of events. This poses many problems to artists, technicians, and video producers in the multiple worlds of animated film, video production, and digital imaging. Some animation techniques overlap with those used to produce special effects in live-action video. The beauty of all this is that it is often difficult to tell whether a certain result has been achieved through animation or special effects. The camera records, frame by frame, second by second, a sequence of images that differ only fractionally from one another. The illusion of progressive movement is created by projecting the series of frames at a rate that simulates motion. The process started for us when we were introduced to Lob Landeros and Graham Devine of Trilobyte. Trilobyte is a company concentrating on original CD-ROM entertainment software. To call their work original is an understatement. Their project was The Seventh Guest, a breakthrough in gaming software. I shared an interest with Rob and Graham because I was looking into acquiring computer systems on which to develop CD-ROM-based multimedia software. We spent an afternoon together discussing software and hardware options. A few months after I got my systems up and going, Rob offered us a chance to work with them. Was I interested? Bill Gates himself has demonstrated parts of the game at the 1992 Multimedia Convention in San Francisco. He called it the new standard in multimedia entertainment. The CD-ROM game contains 36 minutes of full motion video and dialogue recorded by live actors. It had taken the people at Trilobyte 2 years to develop a true 3D 22-room mansion, each room taking at least 1 month to produce, in which the game takes place. The player can move throughout the mansion at high-resolution background graphics, scroll, and rotate around him. Not only has Trilobyte broadened the frontier of multimedia gaming, The Seventh Guest may well be establishing the future path that this form of entertainment will take. My first assignment was to develop the introductory sequence to the game. Trilobyte hired a video crew to set up a green screen background. After a disappointing experience with their blue screen, see Graham's notes in the Computer Game Developers Conference report, on which all of their live-action sequences would be shot. The green screen gave a neutral background to all our video sequences. This allowed us to render the green part of the image transparent. Our job was to develop the backgrounds for the introduction to the game and paste actors onto the different backgrounds that we developed. I called on Andy Anderson, a graphics artist, to work with me on this. He had an extensive background in fine art, an interest in working with computer graphics, and a strong work ethic. The job could be broken down into 3 steps. First was to strip, link, and clean up the digital video images, and add any special effects required by the script. Next was to develop the backgrounds on which the various introductory scenes would play. Finally, we had to place the digital video onto the backgrounds. While we were waiting for Trilobite to provide the digital video to us, we took two approaches to the development of the backgrounds. Not only did we take the approach of rendering the backgrounds with Autodesk Animator Pro, but since several of the scenes take place outside, we took a high-8 video camera and taped the bases for the backgrounds. We took a computer eyes/RT color video frame grabber board and captured the various scenes. We shot a shade tree and a view of a valley from a hillside graveyard. These videotape views would be used, in part and in whole, as the base for our exterior backgrounds. This technique worked so well that we applied it to interiors as well. We taped a bar, a bedroom, and a doll shop, who became the background for the introduction. Once we had captured and stored these background images, we manipulated them with Animator Pro until we had the exact background called in for the script. Each background not only had to be exact and realistic in graphic design and detail, but the staging of the digital video camera was critical. Trilobite's production company videotaped the actors in front of a blue screen background, which would later be converted to green, the color chosen to function as transparent in Animator Pro. The footage was captured and stored into individual compressed files known as JPEGs. These individual files were given to us on a 250 megabyte backup tapes. We then transferred them for processing to our hard drive. We chroma strapped the JPEG files to GIF files, a file format that Animator Pro could read. During that process, the original JPEGs were resized and cropped to 640x320, the working size for the game. Also, this process automatically converted the blue background on which the actors performed to green. Initially, Trilobite converted the JPEGs to GIFs for us, but when they developed an in-house utility to strip out the chroma blur and replace it with green, we took over this process. Once we had this utility, we scripted the chroma blue out and converted individual JPEG files to GIF files. We then reassembled individual GIF files into continuous digital video. We treated this digital video as an animated reality, and we were able to enhance the images using special effects developed in Animator Pro. Compare the video camera's relationship to the production of the 7 Guests to that of the rotoscope. The same way the rotoscope created technical advances in animation by allowing the animator to incorporate the form and movement of real-life images into an animated reality, so the video camera has allowed us to take digital images into a computerized environment. The step of videotaping actors and converting them into GIF files, which are then reassembled into Animator Pro, represent a monumental break in game production. This digital rotoscoping process is completed when the frames are assembled into Animator Pro. In Animator Pro, there is a feature called NumPick. Using NumPick, you can take a series of number pictures and load them into the program, which in turn can save them as a single file with a FLC, the native file format for Animator Pro extension. The number series of pictures comes in and makes an FLC file. The images have been threaded together by the program. The green background is treated as if it were transparent by Animator Pro. The series of GIF files are then assembled onto FLC files. These FLC files can be composited onto backgrounds, rendered or captured, enhanced, and played to reveal their animated form. Sometimes when frames have been converted to GIFs and then to FLCs, they don't have the same color palettes. If you look at the palettes of various GIFs, and even those taken from the same series, often the palettes will be noticeably different. Each frame can have a different palette. If the palettes change from frame to frame, GIF to GIF, you get flashes of differing light as the FLC series is played. To solve this problem, Animator Pro has developed a feature called One Palette. One Palette lets you go into your FLC file and make all the palettes the same throughout the series. Once the series is one paletted, the images can be cleaned up. It's a matter of editing frame by frame. Perhaps there was a lighting anomaly during the shoot that caused part of the green screen to remain opaque. The editor must make sure any areas of green screen or other anomalies are removed. Each frame must be carefully cleaned before special effects can be added. Animated graphics can take up huge amount of storage, especially when special effects are involved. It is not unusual to have 25 megabit or larger FLC files. Speed also becomes a paramount issue when dealing with large files. Our system where 486 is running at 33 megahertz with 1 gigabyte. That's not how gigabyte should be spelled, but gigabyte hard drives and 16 megabytes of RAM. Once we had finished cleaning up and adding the necessary special effects to digital videos of the actors, we saved the FLC files one last time. We then loaded the FLC files containing the appropriate backgrounds and matted the actors into the scene. Our finished product, a completed sequence with live actors performing in the cyberspace of our digitized and enhanced background. In one sequence, we had to layer the background scene. The character was required to flee the scene into the woods. In this case, we wanted the character to run behind the tree. We matted the characters to the background, and then we matted the tree over the characters as they ran away. Finishing touches. Trilobite introduces their game via a book in which the turning pages came to life. Our final task was to create a special effect for the people at Trilobite. Gradually decreasing and increasing the edge effect provided by Autodesk Animator Pro over several stills of the first and last frames had a dynamic graphic impact. Each introductory sequence appeared to be an engraving that came to life, played out its scene, and then faded back into an engraving. We saved each of our edited and composited FLC files onto the same 250 megabyte backup tape that the original compressed JPEG files arrived on. Upon delivery of the finished scene, the introductory sequence, Rob Landeros offered us an opportunity to convert, edit, and clean up all the digital video that it intended to incorporate into the game. Also, they wanted us to add in special effects for the digital video. Andy handled the special effects. I focused on converting and cleaning up the JPEG files, assembling the GIF files, and cleaning up and editing the digital video. Employing the techniques we developed throughout the introduction, we proceeded to work our way through 11,000 frames. During the months we spent working on the 7th guest, there were times when we felt like anyone in the embryonic stage of any technological breakthrough, overworked and out of our depth. It was critical to our success to be working for Rob and Gree. They went certain with the hardware and software tools, and more importantly, the support we needed so much to succeed. Thomas Edison once said, "Opportunity is missed by most people because it's dressed in overalls and looks like work." By working for Trilobite on the 7th guest, Andy and I were able to take what we know about art and computers, graphic design, video animation, and special effects, into the uncharted realms of cyberspace. In turn, we were given the chance to be part of the creation of one of the most powerful computer games developed to date. Now that the work is behind us and the 7th guest is on its way to your computer, I think back to the time and effort that Andy and I put into this project and wonder when such an incredible opportunity will come along again. This opportunity allowed us to help push the technological envelope and broaden the horizon of multimedia gaming. 7 guests. Oh, it's out, I guess. $60 on CD. It was interesting. I'd like to see some screenshots from it before I put it on my birthday list, but... car racing. That's fine, we can skip that. Oh yeah, everybody's advertising 7 guests, huh? As a science world building the sim way. A study using Maxis' software toys as tools. As a science fiction writer, I sometimes long for the golden age of SF when you could get away with writing a lurid tale or two about exploring the steaming jungles of Venus or encounters with the desert nomads of Mars. An age when the average reading audience was a trifle less questioning, an age when basic science wasn't so readily at hand, an age when they bought what you told them. Alas, things have changed in SF to the point where the believability of the set is almost as important as the plot. Contrary to mainstream belief, good SF is not simply made up. It is painstakingly built from fact to extrapolation to fiction. World building, the act of creating scientifically valid alien settings, has grown into a cottage industry itself, with seminars and how-to pamphlets available at almost every SF convention one would care to attend. Unfortunately, all the advice and references in the world cannot tell a writer how his ideas will interact in ways he hadn't thought of yet. World building is an act of modeling, but until now it has been a static model. A beautiful construct when done well, but lacking any sense of dynamic. You could sculpt a perfect figure, but you could never be sure how it would sneeze, jump, or cry. But now this limitation has been inadvertently addressed by those clever kids at Maxis with 2 of their always interesting sim products, Sim Earth and Sim Life. With the investment of a little imagination and logic, these 2 products move from the realm of software toys to that of writing tools. Recently, I had need of these 2 programs in one of my current projects, an SF epic I am co-writing with Lucius Shepard, author of Life During Wartime and The Golden, and winner of a bucket full of Hugos, Nebulas, and World Fantasy Awards. Being the junior partner and the one with the 3/4 of a bachelor's of BSc, a Bachelor of Science, I became responsible for crafting the backdrop. After climbing out from under a pile of geophysics and biology texts with a wad of notes and ideas, I decided to run some sims my way and see if my ideas would fly, or swim, or just sort of ooze. Now before we go farther, a small distinction must be made. The programmers at Maxis would probably be one of the first, followed by thousands of science majors with their hard-won knowledge, to point out that sim toys are not really meant to be exact models of reality. Many shortcuts have been taken with the actual eco-processes they mimic. Having said that, it's important to point out the resemblance they have to reality rather than their limitations. To use SimEarth and SimLife as tools, one should realize they are to world building as the iChain or tarot cards are to tell in the future. They can't actually give you tomorrow's headlines, but they set your mind on paths that you might have missed on your own. For instances, I may never have thought of a race of icebound intelligent trichordates, but seeing them develop on the screens of SimEarth may be considered the possibilities, at least enough to hurtle down to the library and see what there is to know of trichordates and their unsuccessful sojourn on the real Earth. With the little technical disclaimer out of the way, let's get on with the real nuts, bolts, and chips of world building, the Sim way.
SimEarth, Order Out of Chaos. SimEarth is the least adaptable of the two programs because it is designed with the most Earth parameters. Size, gravity, chemical composition, and such things hardwired in. There are still ways around this. Besides, if endless alternate Earths were good enough for Star Trek, they are good enough for us, at least for starters. This program won't be of much use to you if you're writing about exotic world forms like Roche worlds or ultra-dense planetoids, but if you're of the old school and a basic spherical world of comparable size to Earth is good enough for you, then SimEarth is sufficient for some interesting experiments. Of course, in both programs, you should operate in experimental mode, as there is no use limiting the power you might need to alter things to your liking. Also, you will probably want to turn the auto-disaster modes off, unless you are really interested to see how your ideas react under stress. As a writer, I'm mostly interested in disasters of a more choreographed kind. SimEarth is used to investigate the implications of the initial conditions that you have thought up. Use the geosphere and atmosphere model control panels to create the basic patterns of your alien world, and try to think of everything first. Or the vicious storms is going to have pretty serious cloud cover, so you should probably crank up the cloud albedo and rainfall factors. With a little research, will tell you that you should probably also increase the planet's axial tilt to power those storm patterns. You should probably try not to fool with the biosphere settings until you have some sort of clear evolutionary philosophy, as these changes are the most gratuitous and hardest to justify scientifically. If you don't have any theories to try, just let things go with a factory setting in a similar world has the same base rules of life that Earth does, which, depending on which professor you talk to, may pretty much be the case in the real universe. Later on, if your initial design seems to be very partial to life, you may want to up the reproduction rate or fiddle with the thermal tolerance if you find yourself with a desert world. Or where orbiting a hot young star can be reflected with a high mutation rate, a factor to be remembered when creating lab sites in SimLife as well. Some of the changes you make can be subtle, others extreme, but try to have a rationale for all of them, and above all else, stick to them. Remember, each run you make is an experiment. If you end up with a blazing Venus-like inferno or a globe of undifferentiated goo where amoebas are king, maybe you should rethink your initial ideas or perhaps research a little more deeply. Altering the settings halfway through, like turning off an inconvenient greenhouse effect, is not wise unless you have some sort of alien intervention plot in mind. This goes for popping in biomes or life-form classes as well. Just stick to what the world you've designed will give you. Maybe it won't be exactly what you wanted, but it might be just the inspiration you were looking for. And pay attention to the composition and density of your model atmosphere. These are the little details that can make a world seem like a living thing in a story instead of a soundstage from the SF backlot. Once you've run a few simulations, print out a map or two that strikes your fancy, and take some notes on rainfall, temperature, and altitude on various biomes and nearby life form classes that you think might be handy for your story. With some of these details recorded, you should have some idea of the specific plants and animals that will inhabit your world. Do some more research, whip up a few funky species, and prepare for your next sim project. SimLife, all the myriad ways. Once you have detailed a few original and interesting life forms, you should see how they might interact, and SimLife is ideal for this.
In fact, in some ways, it's better at simulating alien environments than its predecessor. Clever use of the physics menu can simulate conditions on a variety of alien worlds and the way they affect life. If your life form live around bubbling volcanoes, up the cost of walking. Low G world or thick atmosphere, the latter possibly indicated by your sim Earth data. Lower the cost of flying. High winds and storms, better up the soil and climate change ratio. Now, pick a lab site using either your sim Earth notes or just a solid idea in your head. Keep in mind what kind of environment you are going for. Island, mountain, plains, tropical, temperate, desert. And don't forget to set climate lab controls to reflect the latitude of your lab site and the axial tilt of your world. Creating the terrain is a relatively straightforward process. If you don't have specific features in mind, just set the mountain-lake ratios in the world building menu to what seems appropriate, and let the computer whip it up for you. If you have a specific map in mind, use SimLife's very nice map editor to build it square by square. I was able to generate some very accurate and detailed maps. The main thing here is to try and keep the experiment as small as possible and still get to do what you need, unless you have 486 zillion and memory chips to burn. Since SimLife isn't a Windows application yet, a huge, and therefore pretty slow experiment can keep you off the keyboard a long time and put your writing behind schedule. Of course, your computer doesn't have to sleep when you do. After you have the lab set up, you must populate it, and it is here the program requires as much from you as you do from it. Before designing anything, you must have a few things straight in your head, and know what has to be altered in the experiment to reflect these things. How big, roughly, is each square of terrain, reflected in movement costs? Does each icon represent a single specimen or group? Reproduction method in mammals and food value in plants. Are the days long or short? Day length tricks. Again, imagination can compensate for seemingly limitations in the program. If you were working on an ecosystem where all life was in constant flight, a situation that is seemingly not addressed very well by the simulation, making flying easy won't cover it. You'd have to find a way to reflect the true lack of solidity of your world. A way around this is to rig up a completely aquatic environment, making all plants of the floating variety and all animals of the swimming kind. True, this experiment won't reflect the genetic permutations of the gaseous environment, but the effect is pretty close, and as long as you know they're all actually flying, the data and any conclusions you draw from it should still be valid. With these factors settled, you can get down to serious work, specific designs of life forms. This task can be divided into two groups of generalities, plants and animals. Plants are the easier to work with because plant life is more easily categorized, and the program gives you less options in their characteristics. Say I have a lovely detailed sketch of a purple and orange spike tree that tinkles in the wind and glows at night. If it is also deciduous and needs a lot of moisture, grows in a temperate climate and is dropping seeds, I might as well use a poplar model from SimLife's library. Here the program isn't as useful in helping you make up new things as it is in helping you figure out where your new thing will grow on your alien world. I found it very useful to do a simple botanical study by populating a lab site with a random spread of earth plant species from the library and watching to see what takes hold. If I do this and notice that the poplar plants are doing very well, I should probably make a note regarding the abundance of purple and orange spike trees around my mid-latitude villages. Since there are more generic characteristics and considerations for animal design in SimLife, there is both more leeway and more work in the testing of things truly alien. The what comes out on top test that I described above for plants work using the animal in the Earth library as well, but the answers you get from this procedure are much more general. If you have a specific site in mind but are not sure how to populate it, then a general test will show if it can support a large population of grazers or whether carnivores should be large or small. But be warned, this kind of experiment is time-consuming and doesn't always give accurate results, as the initial bursts of random animals can wreak havoc with your plant ecosystem before any kind of stable animal population occurs. The more difficult but far more rewarding method to try and fit the beasties of your imagination into the generic framework SimLife provides. The key here is to work with your general categories. There are as many theories of what alien life may be like as there are Starfleet uniforms at SF conventions. But no matter how esoteric these theories are, they can be generalized in a very realistic way. The inhabitants of Alpha Centauri C may be incomprehensible glowing spheres, but if those spheres drift around all day evaporating little colored rocks off mountaintops, then they are basically herbivores. If they travel with other glowing spheres, then they are basically herd animals. If they drop off hundreds of little shiny specks that eventually grow into glowing spheres, they're basically asexual life forms that have many young, and so on. It is a very important world-building technique regardless of whether you're simming or not, but with sim life at your disposal, it is indispensable. If you're having trouble making these generalizations with your creations, then perhaps more research or fleshing out is in order. Once you have these generalizations down, it's a relatively simple matter to plug them into sim life's genetic codes and give them electronic life in the fields of your computer memory. Even the documentation for sim life agrees that the creation of a stable food web is fairly difficult, so don't be too depressed if the first few experiments are failures. Once you get the hang of things, you can start putting more consideration into your results. Just keep in mind what you are testing. If you're simply interested in whether your gourmanian hellhounds can survive a diet of cute furry things, don't knock yourself out on creating a bizarre and complex experiment. Put your effort in creating the hellhound model and just populate your left side with good old Earth squirrels for edibles. A few run-throughs and close examination of the history charts will give you a good idea of the ratio of cute furry things to hellhounds that would work in your world. If everything just keeps dying off, then fiddle with the hellhound design a bit, or even better, fiddle with the squirrels, and voila, the birth of gourmand and vapor buddies. Even more interesting and helpful is when the simulation fiddles with your designs all by itself using mutation and natural selection to fit your ideas into a coherent pattern. It can spur a whole new burst of creativity in directions you hadn't even considered when you created the original life forms. The keys to this kind of study are the speciation command to help you categorize any useful adaptations you hadn't thought of, and the variables option from the popular menu to help you keep track of the behavior and success of your changing life forms. Sometimes the day in the life of a hellhound can be very revealing. Neither Sim Earth nor Sim Life are meant to be shortcuts to an advanced degree in biogenetics or geophysics, and nothing can replace a lot of reading and asking the right questions of people who have spent the time getting the appropriate education. However, they can be very useful idea generators for most writers and can serve to help new SF writers to avoid some of the more common mistakes that can mar an otherwise well-written story. Those ravenous monsters on the plane may be very exciting, but you're going to lose some of your audience if the same planes are filled with monster food. This kind of detail that these two programs can help you provide is the stuff that turns to an interesting backdrop into a living, breathing world that readers won't want to leave and will be eager to return to. Lucius Shepard and I are very pleased with the world we have created for our epic, and some of the simulations I ran were an important part of that creative process. The hours spent pushing these programs to their limits were rewarded with a horde of new ideas and directions. I can only hope you agree when the book is published in late 94 or early 95. Any help a writer can find to free up his or her creative resources is a good thing. A pencil may not create the building, but it certainly makes the job easier for the architect. In Sim Earth and Sim Life, the toy makers at Maxis have gone a step beyond giving us software toys. They've given us some of us software tools. Flights of Fantasy, programming a flight sim in C++. A few years back, I saw a small flight simulation program listing in the computer graphics book. It was a little C program that flew a gun sight over a grid, superimposed over Greenland with a blue sky. With visions of F-16 dancing in my head, I set out to program the sim. 18 months, several over-my-head computer books, 2 C compilers, 1 C++ compiler, and a third-party graphics library later, I completed what was more or less can describe as a flying lawnmower simulation with a nice cockpit and graphical user interface. It was educational and fun, but it was a much more arduous project than I ever expected. What I really needed was a good reference book that was written at the intermediate programming level with easy-to-understand programming examples and ready-to-use program routines. My Lawnmower Commander was a patchwork of code from different books and programming libraries, and I remember thinking there had to be an easier way. In fact, hacking into the wee hours, I would imagine an announcer coming over my stereo. Does this happen to you? Can't get that polyfill function to draw your sky? Is the gun sight permanently drawn onto the ground at some indiscriminate location that speeds by in a mocking manner? Can't get a clean compile to save your life? What you need is a book for the intermediate programmer that specifically addresses flight simulation topics. Flights of Fantasy, programming 3D video games in C++, is the very book my imaginary salesman would have pitched to me. You'll find all the essentials to create a complete working flight simulator as good as Red Baron or Falcon 3. That's the press release. Of course, this is ridiculous marketing amplification. Rather, this book is a great foundation for learning the fundamentals of C++ programming, bitmap graphics, 3D polygonal fill graphics, and flight simulation. After reading a few of the chapters, Christopher Lampont's easy-to-read style, I realized that I could have written my own lawnmower simulation in an evening with this one book, my Borland C++ compiler, and my hacker's enthusiasm. Of course, I wouldn't take staying up all night, but what programmer hasn't arrived at a clean compile with Carl Jr. breakfast burrito at dawn? Each chapter has an ample C++ example illustrated with cutting-edge render graphic illustrations. The book takes the reader from a graphics primer through the fundamentals of wireframe and poly animation, right up to polygon clipping, hidden surface removal, and the use of lookup tables and integer math to speed up one's calculation. Additional chapters cover the necessary math and viewpoint translation calculations necessary to get a flat simulation off the ground. The book also addresses topics all the way from the use of C++ classes and objects to optimizing one source code with Borland's Turbo Profiler, a tool bundle with the Borland C++ compiler which allows one to optimize code. Additionally, the PCX viewing code and the bitmap graphics chapter will save the novice reader from getting in too deep with a third-party graphics library. Unfortunately, there are some dry spots in this hacker's oasis. For example, the chapter covering fractal landscapes only provides a function for drawing a random jagged line across the screen, with a reference pointing the reader to more in-depth books on fractal 3D terrain generation. In other words, anyone looking in this chapter to try and figure out how to program the terrain in Comanche Maximum Overkill or Strike Commander will be sorely disappointed. Also, the sound chapter, while providing the basics of interacting with the Sound Blaster, could have provided more examples. Fortunately, the author provides a useful chapter on basic flight dynamics, then covers the feature FOF flight simulation in depth. While not boasting Gouraud shading, leadered horizons, texture mapping, nor any weapons or other aircraft to fly with against, this biplane simulation is the perfect specimen with which to dissect and poke around in its guts. Especially interesting was finally learning how left, right, and rear views were programmed, as well as 3D polyfilled mountains and other ground objects. Final Fantasy programming 3D video games in C++ is available from the Wade Group Press for $34.95. While not as complete as touted, this 556-page book serves as an outstanding reference to the novice and intermediate game programmer. The wealth of provided codes, both in the book and the provided disk, flight simulation program, and useful biography give the reader the foundation for further studies in the midst of the shrouded area. Topics of discussion pertaining in this book or code can also be found in the game design section of the CompuServe's Gamer Forum, GeoGamers, courtesy of the Fly By Night group. One can find the author, Christopher Lampton, on CompuServe at 76711, 311. Hopefully Mr. Lampton will follow up this work with an in-depth look on such topics as real-time texture mapping, 3D fractal terrain, tethered horizons, bringing these esoteric topics into the realm of the intermediate game hacker.
What time is it? Timmy had been enjoying his time in the library and was not done with the issue he was reading, but he was getting tired and hungry. A quick glance at the clock showed that 3 full hours had passed since it got into the library, so it was now 4:10 in the afternoon. Supper was at 6:30, and if Timmy hoped to play some more games before that, he'd better get back home quick.
The last article I read made programming your own video game sound easy. I wonder if I could borrow the book they were talking about from this library and read it on my own time,
thought Timmy, unaware of how important this decision would end up being for his future.